Well, hello there, friends, neighbors, countrymen. A special, very special welcome to all of you TWFP members out there. My name is Host Eric, and I am the mayor of Typology City, who, at an ill-timed moment, discovers himself out of coffee. Well, fear not, I have brewed a new pot, and I shall refill my cup shortly. So, I guess right off the bat here, we're going to discuss this agenda comportment matter, which is to say, look, we are going to stay on agenda tonight, at least insofar as we are not going to allow the anthill kickers of the world to disrupt in their anthill kicking ways. No, we shall not. But that doesn't mean that we shan't allow the coffee getting needs of the world to postpone beginning our meeting slightly. And in fact, we shall. But first, let me light a cigarette. Anyways, like I was saying, I'm host Eric. That's talking about football, and we've got an agenda here. It's more than just zero. We've got more things than zero on it, of course. But, you're not ready for it yet. It's too advanced for you. We've got multiple things on the agenda. I hadn't really decided how I was going to lay this window out yet there. Now, don't you feel better? Don't you feel like you're in safe hands? Like, hey, it's beginning to look like this guy just might know what he's doing. Believe me, it's all smoke and mirrors. No, it's not all smoke and mirrors. Of course not. That would be silly. If I had successfully gotten my balloon ride plan to happen, now that would have been smoke and mirrors. Okay, there. Oh no! Now I've gone and kicked the camera and moved it out of the way from where it was. There, doesn't that look nice? Doesn't it look like a fancy and official live streamer? I most certainly do. And you can too, for just $19.99. By purchasing the Eric's Fanciness Applicator and Improver device, which improves and applies fanciness to you. It improves your existing fanciness and applies new fanciness. Anyway, before we get started with our agenda here and start following the agenda of the meeting, and I hope everybody in Typology Town makes this meeting. You know, we don't hold city council meetings just for our health. Obviously, there's important typological city business to deal with, like whether we should put a typological stop sign on the corner of Cognitive Street and Function Way. That's an important question that we address here at the Typology City Council meeting. Whether or not we should tear down that statue of Myers, or do we respect that even though he's wrong, hey, it's part of our history, it's part of our culture. They're trying to take away my way of living. There's just a lot worse. Really? Yeah. Until Jackie Robinson put the color barrier. That was a big difference. Tiffany, you are so right. How did you get so right about everything, Tiffany? That's easy. I just play it on enough, wasn't I? Yeah, I've noticed that. Just making a cup of coffee here, folks. You're waiting for the city council meeting to begin. As is typically the case with government endeavors like this, we are not starting on time. Good enough for government work, as they say. Good enough for government work. Okay. We're looking A-OK good. Let me tell you that right now. We're looking A-OK fine. And A-OK dandy. I've got my okayness meter pre-assigned with settings that pop up. A-OK fine, A-OK dandy, A-OK special, just regular A-OK, and of course if things are really shitty, you go down to B-OK. Alright, now let's talk about my agenda here. Agenda comportment. Once we officially and formally begin the meeting, which doesn't begin till 1, you don't begin at 0, you begin at 1, okay? This is not Korea. We know how to count people's age properly here in America. You're 0 when you're born. But you don't actually begin until you're 1. I mean, sure, most people might disagree with that, but I don't. And that's what really matters. Anyhow, there are so many things that really matter, though. Aren't there? There's at least like 5 things that really matter. And those are the things that really matter. If you know what I'm saying. If that makes any sense. I don't know. Does it make any sense? No. Oh, well. I don't know why I said it then. I don't either. I especially don't know why you said it, because you apparently didn't even know if it made sense when you said it. Otherwise, why would you have asked me? Right, you got a point there. I guess one might posit that I said it so that I could learn whether it made sense. Is that your normal way of determining whether things are worth saying? Let me just throw out words, and then I'll confirm later from other people whether it made any sense or not. Pituitary, dancing time, hooray. Does that make any sense? Not really. Oh, okay, let's try again. Hamburgers, Shakespeare tragedy, exploding beaver. Does that make any sense? Not really. Oh, I just keep trying till something hits, I guess. I don't know what else to do. Anyway, all that stuff, this is all preamble. We're still on 0 agenda comportment. The point of agenda comportment, by the way, is that we are going to stay on agenda. We're gonna march right through this. We're not going to get swayed. We're not going to get dislodged from our course. We won't be fooled again by wayward wanderings and musings that are tangentially linked, but only vaguely, to the central skeleton of our agenda here. No, we won't get fooled again. So let's go over the agenda. What do you mean there's nobody here? Well, hey, I'm here, I'm the mayor. I start the meeting whether anybody else is here or not. That's why we record these things. So if you're not here, you can watch it later. If you don't care, well, join. Congratulations, you represent the vast majority of people. So, good for you. good for you. And don't forget to love yourself enthusiastically, as one might love a carnival ride. Alright, shall we move on to the actual agenda here? These are things I've been thinking about, want to talk out, basically. I've been making some materials for this next class, and I find myself struggling a little bit because it's like, well, basically, I'm not quite sure. Basically, I haven't decided how much of this. I'm having trouble deciding how much of this to make into one class, and how to link it all in together to make it all one NI class. You know. Well, you can see I've got a list of things here, a mile long. I tell you, a list of things a mile long. It's not really a mile long. The last one is, in fact, balloon ride, so it doesn't extend any further than that. I thought it did, maybe, but it doesn't. So first we're going to crystallize the recap. So, like, one thing I want to do in this upcoming class for sure is drive home the central point of the last video, which was that any theory of personality needs to begin with a definition of personality that accounts for the fact of that meow, and I'll play a little clip of a video of me when I was 17, and meow, I'll play a little clip of a video of me now, are clearly the same guy in some sense. And yet, we're also clearly have undergone changes. I didn't have any hair on my face back then, for example. So, the core question of personality then depends on who you ask. But the reason we struggle so much with personality is because we don't begin with a clear consensus definition about what personality is, even though it should be obvious. It's the parts of a person that don't change. It's, no, I'm having trouble, organizing this material into a single class. So I'm basically talking it through right now to help me get it straighter in my head how I want to do it. How many classes I want to... And part of the reason is because a YouTube class is different than a regular class. Mostly in that, in a YouTube class, I have to be a lot more attentive to visuals than I do in a regular class. And I'm not a very visual person. And so I find myself trying to make these visual maps of things that are intended to be kind of like NI supplements for clarification, some, concision, crystallization, those kind of things. And sometimes, and I'm not accustomed to that process really, and I found myself doing it backwards. I was trying to make the visuals before I had the ideas. It's like, well, I guess I'd like a map to look like this kind of, but you have to. Yeah, Eric, you're so dumb. Huh? And then I realized that's what I was doing, and then I said, okay, well, don't do that. So then, of course, what did I do? I cropped that thing that I was going to do, which I call a stack map, which is not stacks like cognitive stacks, but it's just a stack of color-coded layers of concepts, okay? And I saved a copy of it, and then I truncated it to 3 columns instead of 5, and continued doing the same fucking mistake I had been doing last night. And then I realized, okay, Eric, you can't start by drawing the map before you look at what you're going to explain and figure out how you want to ordinate it out first, you know? So that kind of shit is an example of fourth slot SI and fifth slot NI, which is I haven't really done this exact thing before. And I'm having problems with getting how it fits into neat NI pockets. You know, each class session fits into a neat pocket. It should come together like a video as well as like a class, right? Because classes don't necessarily. A good class will come back to their central. It's a good class does the following thing. First, it tells you what you're going to learn. Then it tells you why you're going to learn it. Then it tells you how you're going to learn it. Then it teaches it to you. Then it tells you what you've learned. And then it tells you how you learned it. And then it tells you why you learned it. So there's a lot of repetition, right? It's and that's basically how to teach a class well. You might throw in an activity in there in the middle of some kind, like now each of you practice doing a couple of these things, but you don't want to have, the reason homework exists is because sometimes if you're a serious teacher, you want to explain the concept, but you don't have time for them to practice it right then because you're treating the time as you should treat it. You have a finite amount of it. You're trying to get shit done, But there isn't quite that dynamic to this. So I've historically always worked in, I was really in education for, I wasn't really in education anymore, but when COVID hit. I mean, yeah, I was. It did get me a tournament canceled. It brought to a more abrupt halt the end of my active debate coaching career. But I was winding down anyway, right? So, it did end up getting those national tournaments canceled the year that COVID came out, or whatever you want to call it. And I didn't go. Rachel and I were going to go with Jeffrey to Kentucky for TOC. But then it got canceled, And then that's the last time I've been to a debate tournament. But the thing is, my point is, I've always taught classes with actual people and a limited amount of time that I have to meet with them. So it's like, I got 45 minutes twice a week for 9 weeks, and I've got this amount of material to cover. I'm accustomed to that frame of reference, and this doesn't have that, right? That's exactly what this isn't. It isn't that. And yet, at the same time, it's subject to almost all the same dynamics in terms of amount of information you can get across in a given amount of time, and how you should present it to make sure it gets retained well. And yet, there's no 9 weeks, there's nothing like that. And I'm glad there's not, because I don't really have it all mapped out that carefully, And to really do that kind of a core, and I never did anyway. I'd always put out a skeleton map of it, and then I'd figure out as I went along, I'd make the curriculum like the night before the class or whatever. Oh, I should have done it like that, or whatever. But that's TE for you. So, as far as crystallizing the recap of the first class, it is that existing personality theories each imply a specific understanding of what personality means, whether they define it or not. And that if we're going to talk about a personality, we're really referring to somebody's soul. In the olden days, if two people were very, very similar, we might say, those two people have the same soul. What we mean is the same personality, basically. Moxie says, I had an experience a few days ago of me trying to change how I act and react to people, and I found that I felt more exhausted than normal and struggling. I was successful but not consistent. Well, okay, so that's a really interesting thing to say. Which is that you tried to change how you act. Hi, Jeffrey. Right, but so, okay. So historically, those have been the kind of terms that have been used to describe personality. But those aren't meaningful terms, right? Because we can't use those kind of words to distinguish between something that is personality and something that's not. Not everything about me is part of my personality. So, for example, the fact that I throw like a girl left-handed is not part of my personality. It is part of my person. It's part of my identity, maybe, but it's not part of my personality. It's a fact about me that may be true, but something about the word personality suggests that it's implicit to you, implicit to who you are, and not something that's a skill you can choose to develop or not develop. So, the point is, if we define personality as those elements or aspects or parts of a person that remain the same throughout their life, then we are of course compelled to ask the question, what do you mean by parts? And the answer to that is, we mean attentional manners, ways of paying attention. The parts of us, the only parts that don't change, are the only parts that really define who we are, which is to say, every one of us comprises, foremost, an expression of an absolute value and an instrumental value. Everything else is a description of that pairing. So the other day I was saying that ADHD isn't a medical term and more of an attentional issue. Can you expand on that? Well, I think what you're referring to, but you used the wrong word there, is I said it's a motivational issue. And not an attentional issue, really. But I do think that ADHD is a medical term. What I'm saying is that pathologization of people as having this disorder called attention hyperactivity disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, is inconsistent with our normal understanding of a pathology. So, for example, if I go to the doctor, I don't expect them to say, "Ooh, you're dangerously tall." Because even if I am too tall from the doctor's perspective, that's not something wrong with me. On the other hand, if I go to the doctor and they go, "Ooh, I don't like that open gunshot wound in your stomach there. The blood keeps pouring out of it." Well, now you actually have something wrong with you, right? And there's a difference between, say, I'm good at sports and bad at philosophy. Or maybe I'm good at sports and good at philosophy. Maybe both is fine, right? But let's pretend that somebody says, I'm good at sports, and bad at philosophy can be treated in one of two ways. It can be treated as, oh, so that's who you are. Or it can be treated as, oh, you've got a philosophy problem. No, that person does not have a philosophy problem. He doesn't have a disorder. There's nothing wrong with them. They're just not prioritizing what the doctor says is important to prioritize. So the fact is, I pay more direct, specific, robust attention to all kinds of things for longer periods of time than almost anybody I've ever met when I'm on speed. And when I'm not, it's not because I can't pay attention. It's because it's very rare for something to be exciting enough to me for me to feel motivated to stay on task for a long period of time. I get restless physically. Like right now, as I was making this live stream, setting it up, I had to make this little document here. I had to change the title. I had to make a thumbnail. And I was doing those things. And I was feeling like I feel sometimes when I've been driving for too long. I've been sitting in the car for too long. I'm just like, get me the fuck out of here, you know? But it was just because I needed to put my feet up. This couch is too low, so if I'm sitting with my feet on the ground for too long, I start getting this feeling. Yeah, I used to play a lot of basketball, actually, Adam Oxley. From about 18, 17, somewhere around there, 17 or 18 is when I started playing pretty regularly at pickup games. I never played on a team or anything. But I did, at one point, play at the good pickup game court, right? The urban court. Where you might say it got a little dark around there. You goldfish-brained simpletons are not paying attention long enough and derailing TWFP. Jeffrey gets a pass on my agenda comportment a little bit. You know. He probably wasn't here for that portion of the conversation anyway. And he's not what I was talking about. He's not an anthill kicker. So, okay. So we can kind of catalog the implied definitions of personality. If we consider those theories of personality to actually be theories of personality. So if you look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, humanistic psychology, their theory of personality, what would it imply the definition of personality is? It would imply that it's a self that either gets more or less fully realized, primarily according to whether circumstances permit them to attain these benchmarks they need to attain to get to the next benchmark level, right? But it doesn't explain why this person and that person are so different from each other. If they are, can they both be at the same spot on the hierarchy scale? If so, then it doesn't really explain personality at all, right? It just explains how, well, circumcision changes your personality. Oh, what? I mean, I don't think it does, but it's just crazy enough that it just might work, you could say about that one. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with me. Any more than there's something wrong with a sports car that that you kind of got to drive hard, you know? Like the Mini Cooper I drive, it's a stick shift, and I had to learn that I had to tack it up higher before shifting gears than I had ever had to in any other car before. I kept kind of like lugging out. I'd shift to, you have to tack up to like 4,500 before you shift. And that's higher than normal in stick shifts. So, because it's a sports car, quote unquote. Now, as a consequence, it functions best when treated like a sports car. It functions best when driven like a sports car. But even if I drive it totally not like a sports car, it doesn't stop being a sports car. It just doesn't drive very well. No, I think my personality is the same in all contexts. And when you put personality in quotes right there, we have a word for that, which is affect. The personality that I'm projecting to the world is my affect, okay? So everybody kind of acknowledges that a personality does exist. In other words, that a person retains their identity throughout their life. We can think of exceptions to prove the rule. For example, that guy who got a railroad spike through his brain and his personality changed dramatically. He went from, quiet to talkative, honest to being a compulsive liar, a bunch of different things like that, right? And so we know that rare exception, when some kind of traumatic injury actually changes who a person is, except for those kind of rare exceptions, it just never happens. That it's not the case that you meet Joe 20 years after you knew him before, and he's genuinely a totally different person. It is possible he's projecting a totally different affect, but that would be consistent with the person he was then and the person he is now. And to the extent that he fools you by projecting that different affect, it would be simply indicative of either his effectiveness at projection and or your lack of intuitive correctness about his fundamental pattern. Circumcision in childhood makes you melancholic? Wow. I've never been described as melancholic before, but I've been circumcised for as long as I can remember. Unless, maybe I've mistaken my penis for foreskin, or vice versa. Maybe that thing I think is my penis is just foreskin, and I have no penis. Could that be the case? It could be. I just have a throbbing, stiff rod of foreskin. You read something that says melancholics are tall and thin. Yeah, see, those kind of things are so silly, right? The analog here, okay, so when we catalog these things, we see that a humanistic view of psychology treats personality as the same thing, basically, as identity plus destiny. That you are one person with a unique set of potentials. You're not a representative of any type, but a universal set of needs that need to be met before you can actualize. Except if everybody's unique in how they actualize, but common in what they need to actualize, then isn't that just a theory of prerequisites for healthy for optimal functioning, that has nothing to do with personality. Except insofar as you'd stress that those more or less optimal functionalities, or more or less optimal manifestations of self, are parts of you that are not personality. That manifesting optimally for me right now, pretty optimally in my life, more so than I did when I was younger, when I was a drunk or something, that I was the same guy then as I am now, except now I'm functioning as that guy more optimally, because I excised some what you would call behavior stemming. Excised unsustainable stemming behaviors. Self-stimulation is something that can become a problem for anybody in a variety of different ways. It's often how we fight fires. So, there's kind of this archetype of, oh my God, I had the worst day imaginable. Just give me 2 shots of whiskey and call me in the morning, Like, there's that kind of paradigm, right? So, Fly Guy says, I wonder if it does change personality if certain needs aren't met. Like, incels all have the same personality, and dads, and crackheads. But they don't, though. But they don't. And the funny thing is, even the most horrible traumas don't change a person's personality. They just make it impossible for them to function optimally. So I was with an ISFJ, who was definitely an ISFJ, who was paid attention like an ISFJ, but who was just accustomed to using the pointy end of the FE stick rather than the soft end. FE does work in 2 ways, right? I mean, I can praise you, or I can shame you, or something in between. Do you think low SE users are not into sexual activities? I mean, not that into them. Yeah, basically. I mean, it's like everybody... INTPs, ENTPs, INFPs, ENFPs, INFJs, INTJs. Those are the people you might call the low SE users, okay? 4, 7, and 8. We have sex. We like to have sex. But I suspect that those types there, 4, 7, and 8, are not going to get very obsessed about it. We're not thinking about sex in between thinking about sex. Where I think a lot of people are thinking about sex a lot of the time, even when they're not thinking about sex. It's like, INFPs really want to have sex with you? Well, Fly Guy, it sounds like God's set your path out before you. It is your duty, your destiny, your place in this world to fuck a whole shit ton of INFP sluts. Good luck with that. You're doing God's work, sir. I don't care who Fly Guy is. He's cool. I like him. Is that reckless? Like Oliver Linehan, I'm glad you're here. I want to talk to you. Because here's the thing I want to tell you, and you're going to hear these words and you're going to know that these words are so. I feel you, dog. There's a lot of times in life, especially around YouTube, where you have only access to the text part of the FE data, in which shit goes like, you go, that has gotta be meow. And I agree with your reasoning regarding Jake Forrest, okay? And I was watching that too, and I couldn't help but see every one of those things as him just straight up Mindying me. You know, like when I pretend to be Mindy and go on CJ's stream, all I say are things like, you guys are so hilarious. You're so smart. You're so funny. You know, it did seem like he was Mindying me. But here's the weird thing. That guy started following me on Quora in 2017. If you read his Quora answers, that guy clearly is an ENTP. And he also clearly has been listening to me for a long time. I can smell the influence of my particular ways of using certain terms in his writing. Oh, you did respond to the comment? It made me curious. You had me more or less convinced that, yeah, maybe this guy is fucking with me. But then I went to my email, because he says I've typed him twice before, and I typed him as ENTP both times. So I thought, well, he should be in my email. But the only thing I found in my email about it was an alert from Quora that he followed me in 2017. He is who he says he is. He's an ENTP, a lawyer kind of person, as far as I can tell. Like, just finished law school, probably. I think physical bodies have any correlation to personalities. Well, okay, so the thing is, our personality type is simply this. It's a description of our relationship between intuition and sensing, and a description of our relationship between thinking and feeling. We might also say it's the reality that ensues because it's necessary for people to express via a dominant and a secondary value. So just as it is necessary for a person to have a dominant and secondary hand, but I mean that's an analog to it, right? Handedness is an analog to it's a personality type. As an extroverted intuitor, what that means is my dominant function, my main way of being, is one of putting information either inside my head or out my mouth in a way that is creative, that lets me come up with the ideas and for them to be impactful on an insight level rather than necessarily on an impact level per se. And the fact that I have as an instrumental value TI just simply means basically that I express as somebody who takes action with words and decides things in a turn-based framework as though systems they were going to engage with were not dynamic. In other words, an ENTP treats the world as though it were a debate round. That as long as I can anticipate all of the arguments and know that as long as I can't anticipate something they're going to say that I won't be able to respond to, then I'm fine. Is basically the gist of that. So the thing is, do bodies have anything to do with it? Well, yeah, in the sense that I can't respond to your question here if I don't see it. If I don't see it and want to respond to it, then I'll have to hear it read out loud to me. If I can't hear either, then I'll have to feel it with Braille to understand it. And if I can't feel either, then I'll have to smell or taste your question. So the fact that we use our five senses in our information exchanges is indisputable, but they aren't really part of our personality. So, for example, if I am an extroverted sensor, or even if I have extroverted sensing somewhere in the front stack, which is to say I'm an NI user or an SE user in my 1 or 2, then what that means is I'm going to notice things that are salient in the moment as things are changing. And I'm going to incorporate data from the visual field more than somebody who's an extroverted intuitor like me. And if I go blind as a consequence, if I'm an SE user, that harms my ability to intuit much, much more than it would harm my ability to intuit. But that doesn't mean that it's changed either person's personality. The actual pathology, namely blindness, plays out differently in each of these two individuals but in predictable ways because of their personality type. The reason Hunter S. Thompson killed himself was because he had declined physically such that he didn't anticipate being physically comfortable going forward or physically able to do what he wanted to do. He expected everything to be a SI challenge. 4th slot SI. And so once he determined that he was stuck in a spiral of increasing discomfort from this point until the end, he killed himself. The relationship a person has with one's own level of physical comfort, one's own body, is one of the most starkly testable kinds of attention we have. Right. Well, because this will bring me down to number 3 on the agenda here: alone / naked and afraid. So, if you get dropped in the wilderness, and I've watched a lot of these shows, right? There are some people who get dropped out there who are very aware of whether it's hot or cold, whether they're hungry, whether they're thirsty, and some of them are good at attending to that, and some of them are bad at attending to that. And then there are other people who are very unaware of their physical state of being, such that they're going fine until all of a sudden, like 6 days in without any food, they go, ugh, and they pass out. And when I ask these people in typing sessions over and over and over again, I hear the same kinds of range of answers and kinds of answers. There are people who don't need much sleep, don't get much sleep, find it almost impossible to self-report about their body, what they feel like in the moment. Are your shoulders sore? Are you stiff? Are you comfortable? Did you check to see if this chair was comfortable before you sat in it? If it is uncomfortable, how long have you endured that for before changing the chair out? You know, these kind of questions are salient in regards to somebody's SI. Somebody who has strong SI is somebody who's knowing their own experience. Your own experience comes in 2 forms. It comes in your physical experience, like the fact that I had put my feet up again because I realized I had my feet on the ground again, and it was making me have that uncomfortable feeling. But it also comes in terms of remembering stuff that happened to you and or where and when it happened. For example, when I, not that long ago, was listening to one of my live streams with Rachel in the car, and then we got back into the car, and I went to go push play, but I accidentally rewinded it. Well, you have SI is significant to you, important to you, and you pay much too little attention to it. You invite it to the party too little. So, but if you aren't comfortable, then forget about it. There's no pushing through, right? It's like, yeah, you may not notice being hungry for a while, and then you're starving, and then you need to eat right now, and that's it. No, we're not pushing through and doing anything else. I cannot ignore this discomfort. If you know, if you need to sleep more, and you get woken up and be told like time to get up, you'll get up, but it'll be a battle. Like, I just want to stay in bed, and this is fucking miserable. And like when it's too cold outside, and everybody else is like, oh, it's a little bit too cold. You're like, I should have brought a jacket. I can't stand out here anymore. I gotta go. I gotta go home. This is ridiculous. At some point, you'll grow to hate any kind of outdoor venue event because it's either too hot or too cold. Or too sunny, you know. No, SI DOMs make up almost 0% of people who struggle to sleep. If you struggle to go to sleep, you are not an SI DOM. SI DOMs understand how to lie down in bed and go into going to sleep mode. And they also know when they wake up if they need more sleep or not. They can tell by how their body feels. I don't have trouble sleeping either, but I have a very irregular sleep schedule. So it's like when I want to sleep, I want to sleep. And I sleep my ass off. No problem. And when I don't want to sleep, I don't want to sleep. And I don't sleep. Most people's lives don't accommodate that kind of relationship with sleep. Most people's lives dictate some kind of schedule upon them. But mine doesn't really. So, this is the extent to which my schedule dictates shit. I know tomorrow afternoon and evening I've got a typing session and I got to work with Jeffrey. So what that means is I don't want to wake up any earlier than about 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Irregularity is not the thing at issue here, Oliver. ISFJs may have rather irregular sleep schedules, like anybody else. The issue is whether or not going to sleep is a challenge for you. Going to sleep is a challenge for Rachel. And it links for her to FE tool, which is to say, if she knows that I'm in the room even, she's going to be hyper conscious of whether any noise she's making is bothering me. And ISFJ knows how to turn off FE and turn on SI when it comes time to go to bed. How similar are those type of the same type? Well, okay, so in terms of their attentional habits, they're exactly the same. In terms of their affect, that is to say the personality they want to project into the world, those may differ and are going to differ more among some types than among other types. So in other words, ENTJs are going to be more similar to other ENTJs than ISFJs are going to be similar in affect to other ISFJs, because ISFJs have a particularist knowing and learning function as their dominant nature, whereas that same particularist learning and knowing function is the blind spot of the ENTJ. Less particularism means less distinction between individuals of the same type. But that distinction in all types is only manifest in affect and or in optimality, not in configuration. Each person represents one of 16 possible configural strategies towards making it such that your expectations and your realities line up as much as possible. And they take different, treating certain things as absolute and certain things as instrumental value, as your core absolute and core instrumental value, defines automatically, cascades down. It defines your other instrumental and absolute values, and those express as habits of attention across time. Yeah, I mean, Jeffrey says, unless chemically stimulated, I can sleep basically anytime, anywhere. But you could leave out the chemically one. Unless stimulated. So, note, Jeffrey, that even if you're not chemically stimulated, if you're really into this project you're working on, like you're into your like keyboard building thing, or you're into whatever thing you're into now, I don't know what it is, but you will stay up all night, even though you got school the next day, because what matters is you're actually motivated by enthusiasm for the thing, or you're taking Adderall, which makes everything seem more fun, right? Right. And so for you to function optimally, what you would want to do is structure your life so that it affords you the opportunity to work when you feel like it, when you're motivated, feeling motivated, and to sleep when you feel like it, and eat when you feel like it, and all that kind of shit, right? Society imposes upon every child who goes to school a certain implied frame that says, you must be predictable. Everything must be predicted. So you must be predictable. You will show up at this time, you will leave at this time. And when you're at home, you will do these things. Do I think Adderall affects ADHD people differently from non-ADHD people? Well, there aren't any. I mean, that's begging the question, right? The point is, ADHD people aren't really a thing. Does Adderall affect ENTPs differently than INFPs? Yes, for sure. But, I mean, probably it doesn't affect them physically any differently. It's still a dopamine reuptake inhibitor. But INFPs have SE polar, whereas ENTPs have SE eighth. SE polar means doing stuff's an absolute value, having impact is an absolute value, but INFPs are very unaware that they value that, okay? So when they take speed, they may or may not get anything useful done at all. When you and I take speed, we work on shit, right? Okay. No, James Carolus, no. Oh my god, James Carolus, are you serious with this shit? That's so not cool. Groupist nonsense. Yeah, ESFPs kind of have it shitty in a lot of ways. I tell you where they don't have it shitty. They don't have it shitty in terms of they don't have it shitty in terms of being survivalists in the wild. ESFPs do a great job on Naked and Afraid, or all these like survival shows that I like to watch. They've got plenty a handle And they expect life to be a series of emotional ups and downs, I guess, you know? They're in their element because they're taking action. They're in a world that doesn't require them to decide things on disinterested calculus. Quite the exact opposite. It requires them to decide things on an interested calculus. What do I want more, or what do I need more, water or food, kind of thing, right? And they're in a world that doesn't reward FE shit, which they countervalue. Their partner and they are going to survive for 21 days or not, but it's not going to have anything to do with manners, really. Very, very rarely will it have anything to do with that kind of shit. And it affords them lots of things that they can TE. Particularist systems, like the behavior of the game in this area, is exactly a kind of dynamic particularist physical system that has its own logic that is very TE-able by third slot TE. And then their NI is optimally situated for that context as well. Like, an SE DOM incorporates intuition best in real time. So an ESTP is going to be a better drummer than they are going to have taste in music. For example, they're going to be better at making music than they are at choosing which music to listen to. Because NI fourth slot is best served to function in conjunction with a real-time sensing frame of reference. So, in the fourth slot, NI is perfect when you're an ESFP who's trying to shoot that boar over there with your homemade bow and arrow. That's exactly, your NI is optimized. The circumstances are optimal for you. You are having to solve particularist problems on a limited frame of reference. Taking action that's impactful is the only thing that's going to save your ass. You have to know what matters more to you and what matters less to you. And you've got to have just enough timing and good instincts to not hesitate too much and to pull the trigger when you need to, you know. You're completely optimized for that if you're an ESFP. The problem is, that's not the world anymore, right? I mean, these aren't really typology terms up here. This is talking about the meta framework for the typology class. So, when I talk about proportionality of certain and, what I'm saying is, after we catalog the implied definitions of personality by the predominant personality theories of psychology presents, like humanistic, psychodynamic, psychoanalytic, sociodynamic, and whatever else. You know, the point is, after we catalog those, we realize that the problem that each of these so-called personality theories has is that it doesn't begin with a meaningful definition of personality. So, and most of them don't even make any attempt to explain any of the core questions that a personality theory should answer. There's no attempt to even address them. So, the reason this is on the agenda here is because I'm making this class called, this succession of videos and class materials called Defensible Typology. And it's gone along with enabling a membership thing on my channel, which I finally did because I had a good reason to now. I was like, okay, now I know what I'll do. Now I know what I'm going to make this class thing, so that's what I'll make members only, and now I have a good reason to make membership, and blah, 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 blah. But what I'm discovering is that it's a little harder to to structure than a regular class would be for me. And the reason for that is if I were teaching a regular class, it would be something like this. I need 2 45-minute sessions a week for 16 weeks. And so I start with a total amount of time I have. That constrains the amount of information I'm going to cover. And then I plot it out, right? This is a different kind of... The lack of that variable means that I'm having to do more talking out of how I should structure it ahead of time in order to not be unhappy with it when I'm done. So for analogs, I was thinking like, okay, is there any analog to this where you've got you've got a situation where there's general consensus that personality exists and means something. People use the term and mean something by it, and yet nobody seems to notice that personality theory suffers from a lack of defining personality and of being a theory of personality. It's a theory of something else, maybe, right? So you begin with that thing, and is there any kind of analog to that? Well, I mean, not really. I can't, I mean, just... It's like there's not really anything else like that in the world where there's that kind of a clusterfuck of confusion because of a lack of framework, because it's not a real science, you know? You have it in evolutionary biology, but at least they have their thesis that they keep stubbornly trying to affirm, even though it's been falsified millions of times over. No, a YouTube class versus a regular class. Because most of my professional life, I worked in regular classrooms and stuff, you know. It wasn't until COVID that everything started being remote. So I'd go to clients' houses, or I'd have a class, you know, in a place and get like 20 or 30 people or what. Still on what? I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, no, I'm not. I'm not really working as a teacher anymore. If that's what you're talking about. Are you saying I'm still on code? No. Oh, no. I mean, I'm not. I don't carry on about it or anything. I mean, I asked a question, right? Which was, can I think of any kind of thing that's a corollary to it? And I pointed out that evolution is not really a corollary to it, because at least it has clarity about what it's trying to do, right? My point about psychology is, and personality is, these what are supposedly called personality theories don't even have clarity about what they're supposedly doing. Evolution has clarity. It's supposedly explaining where speciation comes from. So in that regard, it's doing a lot better than personality theories, right? Which don't even seem to get what they're supposed to be doing. You know, things that are called personality theories are not theories of personality. Now, granted, evolution is not really a theory at all, more a collection of half-baked link stories and and sort of like desperate chasing after your losses, compulsive gambler kind of style commitment to a thesis that fundamentally makes no sense. But that's because people's jobs and professional identities are all linked to it and shit. Like Jordan Peterson is an evolutionary psychologist, right? What the fuck does that mean? Well, we know what it means. It means he makes up nonsense link stories. That's what it means. But regardless, if you think that evolution explains speciation, then then you don't know the meaning of the word evolution, you don't know the meaning of the word speciation, or you don't know the meaning of the word explains, or all three. And that's just how it is. You need warrants that make predictions that either uphold or falsify. Science. So anyway, the meeting. We're still meeting, right? And we're getting a little bit off topic here. Let's go to what we next started talking about here. Meaning allergies. So I suspect, although I don't know for sure, but I suspect we just caught a sneeze from Yen Pui Lai, who is, of course, definitely, almost for sure, not Asian. We can kind of nix that right off the bat. I had this set of spite monkeys who like to take on Asian names like that. It's possible he's among them. We'll see. Yeah. These tended to be C.S. Joseph people back in the day. But I don't know. Anyway, so it's like if when I say stuff about like evolution being bullshit, and I get a response like, "Oh my God, you're still on that 5 years later, the evolution stuff." Well, yeah, we humanity are still asking the same core cosmological question: where did we come from? Why are we here? Why is there something rather than nothing? That we've been asking for the entirety of our history. The entirety of our history does subsume the last 5 years of my life. That's true. Robust thinkers have been addressing this question for the entirety of humanity's history. And the reason it's been asked over and over again throughout history is because we've yet to come up with the correct explanation until now. And as a consequence, without a correct explanation, we've been operating under a fundamentally wrong frame of reference that's led to a cascading flotilla of bullshits, unfortunately. But, all I can do is stand here and shout the truth and hope that it does its job. James, I'm pro-choice and it definitely sucks, but Roe v. Wade is very hard to defend, too, right? Privacy is just a dumb argument for abortion. Exactly. It is a dumb argument for abortion. And that's the problem, right? It's like, it's not important whether or not abortion is legal or not. It is important that the justification for whether it's legal or not makes sense. Okay, so I agree, Boba. They are people of the world, right? They don't spend their days trying to understand why they feel like they aren't. So, meaning allergies. James Carolus is displaying a meaning allergy, essentially, that he doesn't like this reality for whatever reason. He doesn't like these meanings, you know? Yeah, the justifications are all that matters. If they had justified it correctly in the first place, they could have said simply the right to an abortion exists. It's one of the ones that the 10th Amendment refers to but doesn't name. That's all they needed to say. You know? I mean, if it's the real James Carolus, you know, I agree. I've usually encountered James Carolus not being like that. But, you know, anybody could. James Carolus isn't blue, doesn't have a Mia thing next to his name, so I can't be sure if it's really him, you know. I didn't want to go play Check Channel again because it's just boring. So, meaning allergies are what we see when people are basically either anti-map or non-map. And these meaning allergies erupt in the same way that anti-meaning allergies erupt in me. Like, when I was watching this episode of Naked and Afraid the other day, there was this guy who fucking was super pissing me off because he kept preventing conversation, a reasonable exchange between two people who were in disagreement about something, him and his partner. He kept preventing her from having a discursive exchange. And, by cutting her off, interrupting her, whatever. And it wasn't like, sometimes I might be guilty of a similar behavior, but it's because the other person's not engaging me. They're not being responsive. They're not saying real things. They're not even trying, right? They're attempting to dissemble, attempting to be a douchebag, attempting to get me off point, just having basically ulterior, non-discursive motives. Well, then fine, I might stop their dissembling. I might cut them off in the middle of another yeah but. No, don't yeah but. Answer my fucking question, But the thing is, this guy wasn't doing that. He was not wanting to, he was playing accountability avoidance. And it made me so angry because he was being accountability avoidant by quashing ideational discourse. That's a meaning allergy of sorts for me, except I'm allergic to that expression of anti-meaning, And everybody has those kind of allergies. And so when people like something like this is going to be potentially very triggery for a lot of people because, well, it violates the prime directive, right? The prime directive is that your expectations and realities align. At this point, most reasonable people who don't spend all of their time parsing out arguments to see if they're correct or not, most reasonable, intelligent people believe in evolution and don't believe in personality type. And they're wrong on both counts because those paradigms have become so normalized. So that's just how it is, You linked Michael the video of him screaming at Eric in the comments of CNV's channel, and he's ignored me ever since. I mean, most intellectuals would discount MBTI as a default, right? Because they were educated in a way that they were educated during the time period when psychology didn't know what it was, doesn't know what it is, and desperately wants the legitimacy of a science without actually being one. So, it's like, yeah, you're gonna be told the big five is the only one that's legitimate. MBTI is not true, untested. Everybody both thinks unfield. Oh, because of course MBTI is bullshit. Every incarnation of cognitive function explanation heretofore has been bullshit because it has not made a distinction between things that are metaphor and things that are not, really. It hasn't made a distinction between things that are correlates and things that are actual expressions of a function working. It hasn't done any of the work you need to do to make a case. And that's where we get down into this E part, proportionality of certainty versus these other things. So, how certain a person is, or how certain people ought to be about a given affirmation or negation or whatever, is contingent on these various factors. So, in order to be entirely certain, you must be entirely conditional. If A and B, then C. If it is the case that if A and B, then C, and it is the case that A, and it is the case that B, then it must be the case that C. It's entirely conditional and absolutely true. But it doesn't link to anything concrete in the world that's useful very much, right? It's just a reality of grammar and logic. Negational, you have an ability to be certain with more direct linkage because it's responsive. You don't need to negate things with reality. You need to negate the other person's words. So, if in fact what somebody who's affirming is always affirming a change to the status quo, negation simply says, let's not take action to change the status quo. Let's retain the existing status quo. It's always easier to do than affirming. And it's also inherently easier to both be certain and specific because it's particular to the thing you're responding to. Relational certainty is purely an illusion. There's no certainty that I'm not going to lose any of the various things that I'm related to. My objects, my people, my animals, my legs, my arms, whatever. Those kind of statuses of where you fit in the world are not certain, but they feel certain. And our goal in life is to be certain about how those statuses are and how they're going to evolve. Observational certainty is very easy to attain, but less easy to reach agreement about. If I show you a picture that has 7 buildings in it, and you and I both agree that has 7 buildings in it, fine. But if you say, well, I see the picture, but I still don't agree there are 7 buildings there. There's nothing more for me to do with it argumentationally except to count them in front of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What do you mean you don't see 7? No, I see 8. Well, where's the 8th one? You point to one of them. That one's the 8th one. That one's the 3rd one. Not by the way I'm counting. Okay, well, in other words, if you're talking about something that's an observation that requires one to reference concrete objective data outside of oneself in order to verify it, it's an observation about a particular thing that is a descriptive statement of aspects of the thing that are accessible directly by the senses, then there's no argumentation to be done, right? You can't argumentationally meow. Well, the problem yin pui lai is that the people who believe in personality type shouldn't. Okay? Because what they believe in is bullshit. The people who are most enthusiastic, it seems like, about personality type are the ones who are least correct about it. Even Marty, whatever his last name, I don't remember what his last name was, Marty something. He's got 10,000 subscribers, okay? And nobody in the world could possibly be more wrong about just about everything than that guy. So that's the thing. It's a self-poisoning kind of thing. It's attractive to people who want to excise the particular, but who are not good at the universal. So in other words, I'm not going to have to look at my particular data, and I'm going to ascribe to these universal labels that are positive. And that way I get to be smart and logical, creative, funny, serious, emotionally intelligent, empathetic. I'm an empath. Mystical, and all these other wonderful adjectives. And I can tell people how I am these various wonderful adjectives without ever displaying any of the qualities that would justify labeling yourself with those adjectives. So those are the people who are most attracted to it. It's what I call label first people. If I can affirm this label, then that's the same thing as it being true. Your name is Luna. You live on the second floor. You live upstairs from me, yeah. Yes, I think I've heard you before. Some kind of trouble, some kind of fight. Some kind of trouble, some kind of fight. You just don't ask me what it was. Now that's Luca. I know who you are. Are you that Asian chick who translated something for me one time? That, like, Taiwanese chick or Hong Kongese, maybe? Are you that girl who helped me translate something? Yeah, okay. I remember you. Thank you for that. It didn't help, but it was fine. I appreciate the help anyway. I mean, it didn't help because I failed, not because you failed. It really, let's just blame it on Kimberly. Let's just blame it on Kimberly. The getting together with Kimberly coincided exactly with the collapse of my business. So I'm just going to blame it on her. You're right, Fly Guy. That is true. That is so true. And Luna agrees, I'm sure. She says, Please to be calling me Oriental. Right? Is that true? No? Would you like me to imitate you, Luna, in an offensive way? Have you ever seen the video Ting Tong Ling Long? Is Oriental specifically? Now, Oriental's actually for furniture and stuff. That's why people, you should call Asian people Asians. It's not because there's anything offensive about Oriental. It's just incorrect usage of the term. It's like the opposite of Oriental is Occidental. You wouldn't call me Occidental. It would be like calling me Art Deco or something. You know, people aren't described by those kind of labels. So it's a basic TI thing. You don't call Asians Orientals because they aren't furniture. They aren't art movements and shit like that. You know? You don't call Indians Orientals. You call them Redskins. Okay? Get it straight. You call them the Washington football team? That's what I'm going to call. I'm going to call Native Americans from now on. And say, anyway, I went out to the reservation of a tribe of Washington football team. And they had a casino there, and I had a great time, you know. What do you mean a Washington football team casino? You know, that's what we call them now. We don't call them Indians anymore, or Native Americans, or Redskins, or any of that. We just call them the Washington football team. I was like, you know, why are we celebrating this George Washington guy anyway? You know, it's like, what did he do to stop slavery? Nothing. I want to buy a sports team and call it, literally, name the team, the Racial Slurs. The Slurs. Just the Slurs. And the Slurs bringing the puck up the ice. So, Mr. Strauss, why did you choose the name the Slurs for your team? Well, I was pushing hard for the Racial Slurs, but people said it lacked a certain NI pop, so I let myself get talked into the Slurs. I see, and why did you want your team to be called the Racial Slurs? Well, because, you know, if they're gonna change the name of a sports team from a racial slur into the Washington sports team, then I figure I should change the name of my sports team into the Racial Slurs. It just makes sense. I think the Minnesota Slurs sounds more natural. The Minnesota Slurs really sounds like that could be a team for sure. Well, and King Wolf Gaming, if in fact they were the Minnesota Slurs, obviously, they'd have to be in Minnesota, St. Paul. I mean, like Minneapolis, St. Paul. That's the only city there is in Minnesota. There's only one city in Minnesota, Minneapolis. It's like regular Annapolis, but smaller. I need to refill my coffee. St. Paul. Paul wasn't even a saint, was he? What miracle did he do? He's as much... St. Paul is as much a saint as Prezus is a savior. I don't know if you guys have heard the story of Prezus. Prezus was basically it was a failed first attempt at Jesus. Okay? Prezus was a lot like Jesus, except for one thing, his miracles were like pretty weak. So he took one fish and one loaf of bread and fed 2.5 people with it, which isn't bad, but doesn't really qualify as miraculous. And instead of walking on water, Prezus waded through water, which isn't really that miraculous. And instead of changing the water into wine, Prezus just drank the wine, which again did eventually turn it into urine, as he said, but doesn't really qualify as miraculous. But in some ways, you know, Prezus really got it more right than Jesus. Because Prezus is famous for being quoted as saying, "Fuck no, I'm not washing your feet." Which, you know, is a sensible thing to say. Wash your own fucking feet. Yeah. Book of Prezus says that. Also, in the book of Precis, I don't give a fuck what you guys say. This bacon is delicious. Book of Precis. That's not an Asian woman. Last I saw her, she was like 15 years old or something. She's probably like 20 years old now. Barely a woman. Look, we aren't women and men or Asian or Oriental or Caucasoid around here, okay? We aren't. You know what we are all? We're all one thing and one thing only. Every last one of us is a famous person, okay? That's all we are. Fly guy, you aren't some sex mad, hump happy ESFP bro from the heartland. You are a famous person. Yen Pui Lai, you aren't some Asian lady from Ching Chong Choing land. You are a famous person. Boba Fett, you aren't some convenience store owner from India saying thank you, come again at every opportunity. You are a famous person. Oliver Linehan, you aren't somebody named Oliver Linehan, which isn't possibly a real name. After all, it has no fewer than 2 full words in it. But you are a famous person. Okay? I want you all to know that. None of you get to have any qualities in life except being a famous person. You're neither tall nor short, man nor woman, gay nor straight, trans nor cis, old nor young. There are only 2 statuses that matter in the world. Famous person or asswipe. There are only 2 choices. You got 2 choices in this world. Famous person or asswipe. If you're hanging around here and being cool, you're a famous person. If you get too uncool, I have the authority to demote you to asswipe. And if you're not around here at all, you're already an asswipe. Look, Fly Guy's not a hump happy Heartland old boy named Brody, okay? He's a famous person. Fly Guy, is your name Brody? I kind of think your name is Brody. I bet it is. You seem like a Brody. Is it insulting to tell somebody they seem like a Brody? You know what I mean, right? It's pretty obvious what I mean when I say somebody seems like a Brody. Your first bully was a Brody. I mean, that's archetypal right there. That's an archetypal story, Fly Guy. Shouldn't a Brody be your first bully? I think so. Yorks or orcs? I will, You used to be a brownie until you broke all your My Little Ponies trying to fuck them at night. When teenage boys become bronies. He says he's a brony, but he just fucks those things. That's all. Dim's orcs is works is what's Foiten dem umis. I don't know what that means. Forks. Oh, forks. Forks. The thing that Asia somehow didn't think up. You know what? Maybe instead of trying to pick it up with these 2 little sticks, why don't we just stab that fucking thing, you know? Like stab it with like something that like got a couple of prongs on it, maybe? Just thinking out loud here. Nobody came up with that in all of Asia? Are you serious? You guys couldn't come up with forks? It seems so obvious. You hear people argue, no, chopsticks are more civilized because it means that all the cutting into bite-sizedness has to be done in the kitchen. That's not more civilized. That's just more classist. You know, it's like, what, are you too good to cut your own food? Okay, now, yen pui lei, I will agree with you. Only if you tell me you use chopsticks like this. If you use them like this, then fine, okay? But you don't use them like that, I bet. I bet you don't. Oh. Oh. Luna? Luna. You have the chopsticks that you eat potato chips with attached to the end of your arm. They're called your fingers. Okay? You don't need to eat potato chips with chopsticks. I mean, we had steak tonight. I literally didn't even use a fork and knife. It had a bone in the middle of it. I just picked it up and it was tender. I ate the whole thing just like that. My guy, you're silly. You're being silly now. I like the fact that you call them those wonderful moon people. Asians? Oh, you mean those wonderful moon people? Yeah. They do have a moon festival. Moon pie festival or something like that. Yeah, a moon pie festival. Where they give each other these fucking gross things to eat. It's like, okay, Chinese people, let me give you a little heads up. Bean is not for dessert, okay? Beans is not for dessert. Just stop thinking that beans are for dessert. Completely stop thinking that. That's very, very wrong. If you're gonna put some shit on your like pastry or whatever, chocolate, fine. You know, they put some maple flavor, fine. Some frosting, some glaze, some sprinkles, some red beans. No, stop right there. Let's go back one. Don't put red beans on it. Why? Why are you doing that? Why do you put red beans on everything? They're not sweet. They're not dessert. They're just beans. You have to tell your whole people, Luna. You need to have this conversation with your entire country, okay? I'm leaving it up to you. I'm putting you in charge of informing the people of your far-off land. They need to stop putting red bean paste in shit. Nobody likes it. Oh, there's the controversial man himself. Facebook. Are you going to make me go open Facebook? Even when I do open Facebook, I don't think I normally check that. Usually I'm just checking Dave, my friend Dave Porter's thing, see if he's playing in a show anytime soon. You know what Facebook does to try to get me to click? I've noticed its habits. Thank you, Luna. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's the man himself, Jake Forrest. Jake Forrest, I was reading some of your. I was reading some of. I read two of and part of a third of your 4 Quora answers today. Luna's already done it. You're admitted, Jake Forrest. There was a lot of controversy for a moment about whether you were really Jake Forrest. And I agree. You were suspiciously positive last time. Like, nobody nobody really ever says, ha ha ha, improvised lyrics, I love it. That's so NGP. Nobody says that, actually. Improvised, yeah, I love it. Nobody ever says that. Nobody ever actually honestly says that. So it was sufficient to make me suspicious even for a second. Like Oliver Lineham was like, yeah, I was like, maybe he's right, you know? But, and maybe you are a different Jake Forrest than the Jake Forrest who followed me on Quora in 2017. But I don't think you are. And if you are the Jake Forrest who followed me on Quora in 2017, you are definitely an ENTP. Because, because the things you write on Quora are very well written. And smartly addressed and good stuff, you know. Hey, Winston's mom. Okay, Fly Guy, that's strike one. Okay, you just violated YouTube's terms of service. Liking red bean ice cream is a violation of YouTube's terms of service. I am going to report you. And you're going to get a channel strike. As you deserve, because you like the wrong food. Like that right there. You know, when you only have the textual data from the FE, and you don't really, I guess, you've come to believe and accept in full that whoa, somebody named Jake Forrest did. When I searched my email for Jake Forrest, I found one email, which wasn't from you, but from Quora informing me that had somebody followed me in 2017. Ice cream. Okay. But think about it. Think about it, Luna, for a second. Ice cream. The idea of it is you take cream, you make it so cold that it becomes a solid. Okay? Now, let's talk about beans. Wait, no, let's not talk about beans. Beans don't belong in this story, right? We're talking about ice cream, which is cream that's made cold until it's solid. You definitely don't want to have anywhere in this discussion the word beans, okay? The only exception would be coffee beans. And even then, it would have to be a step back in reference. You don't want any kind of like bits of coffee in your ice cream, but coffee flavored ice cream is fine, and the coffee would be made from beans. But it's the only context in which beans and ice cream are allowed in the same sentence. Okay, alright, listen. I'll accept that correction, Boba Fett. That's -1 from me and +1 for you. Viscous would have been a better term than solid. But if it's very cold, it's only got this much more viscosity to go until it turns into solid. So just think about that, mister. It's just we don't normally eat it in that state. If you drop a bowl of vanilla ice cream to 0 degrees Kelvin, your bowl will shatter probably. Unless it's made out of cold resistant ceramic. Then maybe it won't. But your ice cream will be very solid at that point. I'm pretty sure. Alright, so what other things do we need to inform the world of? Let's see. Red beans are not dessert. Yams and sweet potatoes are the same thing. Don't try to tell me they're not the same thing. Even if they're not. Because they're both equally gross. Nobody should ever eat them. That seems self-evident to me. It's observationally so. It's axiomatically true. Okay? Oliver, the second time I was actually talking to myself. I was telling myself there will always be haters no matter how correct you are. So that shouldn't stop me from posting ETP videos. No, nothing should stop you from doing that if you want to. Even if you're not an ETP. You know, it's like, I may say it's bad for people to spread disinformation, but I don't like telling people what to do, you know? I'm more okay telling them what not to do, but sometimes I get frustrated and I'll say, like I said, I made that video that one time where I was like, Joyce, man, just stop. Just stop, because you're saying a bunch of trash. Well, that's an example of me telling somebody what to do, you know? I probably told C.S. Joseph to stop what he's doing as well, but I mean, I guess I don't really mean it. I don't really think anybody's going to stop what they're doing. But, you know, the only time I told somebody what to do and I really meant it in this regard was when I told Eric Thor, dude, I know this is gonna sting or whatever, but you need to jettison your bullshit and join my team, so to speak, because I see you floundering over there trying to find your path, because you're trying to find a path that doesn't offer you any FE risk, and you're also trying to find something that's sustainable on TI grounds on some level, and you can't have your cake and eat it too. But you can be on the winning team in terms of correctness. Now, it may not get you more views or anything. I mean, it probably would, because it would be quite a striking thing to have happen, you know. I would like that to happen. Oliver Linehan, for Joyce to tell the bullshitters they're bullshitting or no. I mean, if you're gonna interview people about like, hey, today I'm interviewing an ENTP who's gonna tell us about what it's like to be an ENTP, then you probably should make sure they're an ENTP, if that's what you're presenting them as, you know. But I mean, I'm projecting obviously my values onto YouTube channels where those values typically aren't prioritized and aren't encouraged. Namely, that whether or not my explanation is correct, should be significant, is not consistent with how YouTube works. Well, Jake Forrest, I mean, I read your Quora things from, and they, like, the most recent one was maybe a year or two ago that you wrote it. I mean, first of all, ENTPs are quite FI. I'm very FI. If you're talking about like indicating, does yeet now mean just leave? Wow, yeet's really grown in the scope of its denotation. I'm glad to hear that. I I'm gonna yeet, have a nice red bean paste dessert, or and have a nice red bean ice cream, play guy. Now here's the thing: green tea ice cream, I can stand. That's pretty okay. That's pretty good, especially if you get it at a Japanese restaurant and they deep fry it. Have you ever had deep fried green tea ice cream at a Japanese restaurant for dessert? That's pretty good. Yeah, I like the fact that she's yeeting herself. You know, she's saying, "Hey, yeet is now an intransitive verb. I don't need a direct object." Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, though. Oliver Linehan, we're both we're both talking about the same thing, which is we want an accurate map, and we think that cognitive functions are about making or having an accurate map. That's natural for types that are 3 metaphysical, 1 physical, which is everybody in alpha quadra and beta quadra. So even though Ni and Ti, even though Ni is an instrumental value for you, Ti is an absolute value, and it's the other way around for me. So if you have one of those as an absolute value, then you won't mind pointless fluff. But when your pointless fluff isn't even correct, then it starts becoming harmful, not just neutral, you know? I don't know who the rarest type is. It's really hard for any individual like me to have any sense of that, because the demographic of people who come around here to get typed by me is going to be different than a random sampling of the population. So it's not going to be very informative to me at all about commonality. But I would say that probably ENTP, INTP, and INTJ are the 3 types that people identify with, even though they definitely aren't those types, most frequently. And probably of the 3, it's going to be ENTP that is the most commonly misidentified, because introverts inherently have a better sense of who they are than extroverts do. Even INFJs have a better sense of who they are than I do. I have a sense of who I am in a sense, in this, within a sphere of longer than right now, you know? So when you get an extrovert, they're understanding themselves very much as more or less the same thing as their affect, more than introverts are. And type descriptions are mostly are mostly offering descriptions of affect, and or I guess like things like jobs that would be good for you, or shit like that. Of course, the way adjectives works is such that some kind of adjectives are a different kind of meanings than others, right? Like, if I say that that girl is curious because I see her reading a book, I'm not really describing that girl at all. I'm describing my understanding of the behavior reading a book. But if I say that girl has long hair, then I'm still describing my understanding of that girl's hair, not really that girl's hair, except in this second example, my understanding is going to be much more the same as everybody else's understanding, because the thing we're looking at has no distance between it and the description of the thing. If I see somebody reading a book and say, that's a curious girl, well, there's a leap that's been made between what I'm observing and what I'm stating. If I say, that girl's reading a book, there's no leap. So adjectives are a way for us to make leaps like that in one usage of them. In a usage of them that's a lot more purposeful and less metaphorical, they are, every adjective is on some kind of a pole that if you're going to be very pretty, then it's not possible for you to also be very ugly. That if you're going to be very strong, it's not possible for you also to be very weak without equivocating. If you change the meaning of the words weak and strong midway, so if I start by meaning physically strong, it's not possible for me to be both very physically strong and very physically weak. If I change the meaning of the word midway and equivocate and say, well, no, I can be physically strong but weak emotionally, so see, it is possibly weak and strong. Well, that's just an equivocation fallacy. You're changing the meaning halfway through. But the point is, for adjectives to be used meaningfully, they must imply their negation. And that's where the big five goes so astray, right? It's like, how can I have high agreeableness without also having low disagreeableness? But the reason why Big Five doesn't want to specifically nix that idea is because what they're trying to say is, in order for personality to be sciencey enough, it needs to be measured like height and weight are measured. If you go to the medical doctor, they'll measure your height and your weight. And so when the medical doctor tells you you're tall and thin, you can take it seriously because it's been measured. How do you know you're tall? It's not because you're not short. It's because you're 6'4" and the average is 5'7". How do you know you're thin? It's not because you're not fat. It's because your body fat index is meh, or your weight is meh to your height. So we need to do that with personality too. Except the problem is, with height and weight, you have an additional factor, which is units of measurement that are common to all people, or at least translatable between. So, like, I might tell you you're 176 centimeters. You might not know what that means in terms that you can understand. So you might need to Google what's 176 centimeters in feet and inches, and get an answer from the internet, and go, oh, that person's 6 whatever. Right? I mean, it's like, I hate it in the animes when they tell you, oh, he's almost this many centimeters. What? I don't know how fucking tall that is. But isn't it weird how... I was thinking about this earlier too. Is this not really strange? That the reason metric people measure themselves in centimeters is because there aren't enough meters to justify counting the meters. So, I'm 6'4", but let's say it was always going to be like 1 foot something, like 1 foot 27, or 1 foot 26, or yeah. Well, with height, you're either 1 meter or 2 meters and some amount of centimeters. That's not enough things, right? So because there are you only have 1 or 2, they never go, I'm 2 meters 12 centimeters. They always say, I'm 192 centimeters. Right, well, and Big Five is not scientific. It's a hilarious, it's a hilariously blind attempt to go, well, look, feeding them more carrots worked with the horses. They seem to be happier and running faster. So let's do the same thing with the factory workers. And you go around and start shoving carrots in everybody's mouth, you know. Well, okay, yeah. You can weigh and measure people when you've got units of measurement that are common, and you've got a constant, like, gravity on Earth or something that enables that kind of physical measurement. But it's not more sciencey because it's measured that way. Measuring it that way is sciencey because of how it is. Big Five tests give you SLUI? What's SLUEIO? I don't know what S is. There's no S in ocean. Those things aren't even in ocean. I don't even know what that is you're talking about. You're making not a lot of sense. Look, guys, I have a confession to make. I've been telling you I'm 6'4" tall. I'm actually 64 nanometers tall. So what you're seeing here is really, really zoomed in, because that's pretty small. That's the entirety of me is 64 nanometers. So you want to talk micro penis. 3 nanometers. Dr. Lionel Brenton Wolf Kazaquo is every height. He knows the ways of the short ones. He's lived the passion of the medium-heighted. He's run the races like the wind with the very tall. He is Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Kazaquo, Native American life coach. 132nd Native American from the Washington football team Indian tribe.
If Janet has 5 apples and gives 3 to Bobby, then she is still crawling like a cub. But after just 3 45-minute group sessions with Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Catquo, Julie and Janet both can go from crawling to sprinting like a wolf. For just 3 low payments of $750, you'll enjoy a weekend symposium that includes 2 45-minute group sessions with Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Catquo, plus an assortment of papers and pamphlets you can pick up on your way out.
Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Catquo makes a lot of promises with very little substance to it, you know. Mostly he just informs you that he can tell right now that you were just a crawling cub.
But that with his hands on your life coaching it, that you too can sprint like the wolf.
So, you know, he's very passionate about insisting that he's going to change your life. But there's very little detail about how. Who was it who watched that video and commented on it the other day? Somebody watched it and commented on it. And I said, thank you so much for commenting on this. I really appreciate it. Because it made me rewatch the video. I enjoyed it. It's a little bit too long. Just a little bit. Summerbird. Yeah, so that was really nice of him. I really appreciated that.
I'm sorry, Tiffany. It appears you're crawling like a cub.
Crawling like a cow? Wow, sir. How are you?
I'm Dr. Lionel Sprinting Wolf Catquo.
You don't look like a doctor.
It's an honorary degree.
Do you have an almanac?
Listen, Tiffany, I don't think you're hearing me. Right now, you are a failure. Incomplete. A baby, an infant, a cub crawling.
What? No, I don't want to go strolling with you. I have a boyfriend. Strolling is like code for like making out or something.
I didn't say strolling. I said crawling.
Crawling? I don't know, crawling out. Like singing to crows or something?
Crawling.
Drawing? I don't want to draw anything. You're making so many confusing things to say. Which brings me to my game Tent Wraps. So there is a new game in town, and it's called Tiffany Has Misunderstood the Lyrics of a Song. So the example is, you remember that song about like rocks in a tent? You mean, like, was it a 90s song or something? I'm not rats in a tent. Remember that song? Was that girl, she was like dressed like a high school girl? I was like dancing around at her school. She was like, I'm not rats in a tent. I was like, is that like a ballet or something? Or like tie her? And she was like rats in a tent? Because why would you think she was rats in a tent? She also didn't have a tent around her. So, okay, the point is, Another example of this that I thought of today is right. You know that song that tells you about how to raise Jason's daughter?
What? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
That's like, I go like, don't grow Jason's daughter tall.
Don't grow Jason's daughter tall.
Yeah, don't grow Jason's daughter tall. Why do you think they don't want you to grow her daughter tall?
I don't think that's what that song says, Tiffany.
Yeah, it does. Don't grow Jason's daughter tall. So, anyway, if you guys can think of either lyrics for me to come up with the Tiffany thing from, or an example of a Tiffany thing, and then tell me what lyrics it's from. If it's good, I might use it in one of these shorts I'm making. It's repetition of that joke in various incarnations, basically. Tiffany's always mishearing things, you know. Somebody could tell her, "I'm sorry, ma'am, you can't come in here without any clothes on," and she'll say, "I did not come into Mozambique." You know? I don't know what you're talking about. Anything she doesn't want to hear, she hears wrong. But, you know, the problem is my amount of, like, songs, like, hit songs to reference, to think of the lyrics to change them from, is a little dated. It's not very contemporary. But I'm living in the death. She sounds like this. And then she doesn't sound like she's deaf. She sounds like she's drunk and stupid. You're just doing shit right now. Well, I am just doing shit right now, yeah. Anyway, I want to talk about TE then, TE after, TE now, TE later. So, we were watching, Rachel and I, this show called Alone. And there was this cop. And he came into this thing. They get left on Vancouver Island someplace with their clothes and 10 items, but they can't have a gun or a bow and arrow. So, but there's shit tons of bears and wolves and cougars there. Like, shit tons of them, okay? You know, like, the guy sets up his camp and then he goes, "Oh shit," and he shows the camera up in the tree, and there's a mother bear and her 2 cubs in a tree, like 20 yards from his camp or something. So, it's, and after the first night, 2 people tapped out. Or maybe the first night one person tapped out, the cop. He was just like, "I can't do this." Because he was clearly, I think he was an ESTP probably. And he was having trouble explaining why he couldn't do it. The reason was, he didn't, the SI reason that would have made perfect sense to me is if he'd said, "Oh shit, I came out here never having been in an environment where actual predators are skulking around, maybe gonna eat you. I didn't realize how scary and actually life-threatening it was. And I've got at home a wife who's 4 months pregnant and a 2-year-old son. And I did not take into account what's important here. And I didn't know that until I experienced it." But because he's an NI person, he's just struggling to explain how these two things, ideas, self-concept of, you know, dad and husband, and self-concept of tough guy who goes and survives in the wild, can both coexist with this reality of, those animals scared the shit out of me, I've got to go home. How these 3 things can coexist. It's impossible for him to reconcile it, because he's ignoring the SI, which is the reason that happened is because you'd never experienced it before, so you had no idea how scary it was to have actual bears crawling around your fucking tent. Instead, he just sort of stands there and eventually stumbles into his FI and kind of like starts tearing up. It's just this confused mess as to trying to explain what just happened. You know, he's a cop. It's not like Naked and Afraid. They go in there with clothes, with a fire starter, with 10 tools they've personally chosen to try to stay out there as long as possible. But they're not given a weapon, and there are bears and cougars and wolves on this island. And a lot of them. So, it's like, you know, he sat down there and read all of these things that could happen to him in the waivers he had to sign. The 750 pages of waivers he had to sign. You know, they articulated to him in great detail all the possible things that might happen and the ways in which his life might be threatened and how they would not be held liable, blah, 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 blah. And he read some of that or skimmed some of it and basically said, yeah. This is just a normal boilerplate. They always say that. I'm a cop. I've been out in the field. I've dealt with criminals people acting like animals. But it didn't occur to me that, I really want to stay alive much, much more than I want to do this. Until I actually felt like my life was in danger because there's wild animals around my tent. King Wolf Gaming? Have you ever watched Joe Rogan? I haven't watched much of him, but I can tell you this. There is very, very little about my streaming style that would be considered Joe Rogan-esque, really. Joe Rogan, does he almost, maybe somebody knows better than I do, does he almost always have a guest, or does he sometimes just talk like this? Well, we kind of got sidetracked around observational, but lingual, for personality of certainty and lingual frames, is to say the extent to which the language you're using is talking about language, you can be more certain about it. When it's talking about experience, you can be less certain about it. In other words, maps about maps are more certain than maps about territories. Statements, in truth, there's different kind of statements, right? So you got descriptive, prescriptive, predictive, normative, and each of them can be ascribed the adjective true, false, but only some of them appropriately so. Real bad headaches and stuff were way better than the other days. So I guess my body's a healing thing, full of sexual healing. Dark Sunshine heals in a sexual way. He doesn't take antibiotics. He rubs them against his genitals. He doesn't drink chicken soup. He dips his genitals into it. And these are the ways in which he gets healthy. Roe versus Jogan overturned. Was Roe versus Wade really overturned? And I haven't heard about it? Did that happen? Or has it just sort of been talked here as a topic, but not an actual event?
ball gag. I mean, of course, what people don't seem to get is that nothing's going to change. The reason you, as a woman, right now, can get an abortion in your state easily or not easily has entirely to do with your state. Overturning Roe versus Wade doesn't make abortion illegal. It just says the federal government is no longer incorporating a new, heretofore unnamed right via case law. As it should not do that, so, I mean, in this case anyway, it should not do that. But the thing is, abortion is one of those weird things. It's got a kind of unique. It's difficult to find analogous issues. So it's people get really emotional about it, for one thing. Like, super emotional about it. Morgenthalism? Why do you call it Morgenthalism? Now you have to argue why the state should be abolished? I don't think the state should be abolished. I mean, I think that, like I said earlier, it doesn't matter to me really whether or not the federal government or the Supreme Court affirms, negates, or stays out of the issue of abortion. It doesn't matter to me. What does matter to me is that whichever of those three options they take, that the reasoning used makes sense. Because when you establish bad reasoning in case law, that case law then serves as precedent from which further poisonous reasoning can follow and still be sustained. If we start with contradictory premises, then you can substantiate anything from that. If you don't acknowledge the fallacy of the contradictory premises, then any conclusion can be proven necessarily true, provided your two contradictory premises are both true. Which is the assumption going into any argument with contradictory premises. The right to privacy fundamentally produces contradictions because of its misuse of the word right. By using the word right incorrectly, it creates all kinds of contradictions with other legal understandings of things. So, the important thing for King Wolf Gaming to remember is that we want to stay non-mythological in our politics. Mythology is stuff like libertarianism, liberalism, conservatism, groupism of any sort, right? Whereas politics is the art of statesmen who understand how policy works, what the appropriate role of government is, and the need for society to have both ownership of society be managed through a divestiture of power to multiple hands, and concurrently try to have it in good hands. That's a huge challenge, right? But that's how honest people talk about politics.
That's how people who are both honest and very well informed talk about politics and smart. I mean, the problem is people are not talking about the Supreme Court. They aren't talking about Roe v. Wade. They aren't talking about case law. They aren't talking about rights. They aren't talking about government. They aren't talking about the Constitution. They aren't talking about abortion. They're talking about mythologies that an evil, wrong group has perverted the courts in order to force through their wrong mythology, even though nothing changes. Nothing changes for almost anybody. I mean, there might be occasionally, some states might outlaw it. I mean, some states will outlaw it, but in states where they're going to outlaw it, it's currently, there's so much meowing against it that those parties who want to get abortions probably go to the next state over, get it cheaper and easier anyway, So it's when you live in a country like the United States, in which the states are supposed to be the incubation laboratories of democratic principles, and where part of the checks and balances implicit in the system is supposed to include competition between those respective states for citizens because of their respective virtues or faults, then allow that to occur. I didn't vote in the last couple of elections myself, Dark Sunshine, so no, I don't think you should just pick the lesser evil. I think that to the extent that the right to vote is a right, is what you'd call a civil right, which is to say it's implicit that it be treated as a right if you want to call your society a civil society. If we treat it as a right, then we should stop this nonsense where we tell people that they have some sort of positive moral indication to vote. Voting is not a good thing for you to do unless you are correct in your voting. And a lot of times you cannot correctly pick any of the options, nor is there any purpose. The point is, it's your right. The right to vote is not the obligation to vote. The right to free speech includes the right to remain silent. The right to vote includes the right not to vote. Voting should be something that people grow into, that they come to a point in their life where they say, I think I'm ready to vote. I think I've decided to begin voting. I feel as though my passion has diminished and my capacity for a detached political analysis, removed from mythology, has grown sufficiently that I can actually make informed decisions about things. Well, I mean, then that ought to be shamed, right? That wrongness ought to be shamed by you to your countrymen, Dark Sunshine. You should put a big sign in front of your house that says, your thoughts on voting are wrong. Das est verboten. Love, Dark Sunshine. Well, okay. So as far as duties go, we do have duties in society, like jury duty is the one that immediately comes to mind, right? You have jury duty. There's a duty to appear in court if subpoenaed. there's a duty to pull over if a cop meows his lights and siren at you. Shit like that, right? Civic duties. And it's not inconceivable to say, because civil rights, like civic duties, are implicit to your claim upon a place in a civil society, they're not naturally occurring. They're not like negative rights, and they're not like positive rights, which is to say contractual rights. They're like well, shit like that starts out as, because we comprise a homogenous population of a certain size around here, and it's a certain period of time in the past, not currently, right? Of course, as each of us is maintaining independent households, we each want to make sure we're able to defend ourselves, and we feel an ownership over the whole thing, right? It's a small enough population, especially if it's the olden days and you're a male head of household. You feel a responsibility for and ownership over not just your own family, but the preservation and defense of your community and your way of life, and that kind of stuff, right? So these civic duties begin as an embrace of what it means to own your own destiny, right? They begin in very natural and good ways. But it turns out that some of what it takes to embrace and own your own destiny is more boring and laborious than other parts. So it was a lot easier to get everybody to marshal together with their muskets as a militia to fight off Indians than it was to get them to show up for jury duty. Even though the justification is the same, you need to do your part to fulfill your civic duty so you can claim your place in a civil society. One of them is an event occasioned by emergencies, and that event is short-lived, dramatic, necessary, extraordinarily high stakes for you personally as well as everybody else in the community. Jury duty is not like that. So there are instances where society has a vested interest in enforcing duties on people. But voting is definitely not one of those instances. Because it is definitely not the case that when more people vote, more correct political outcomes occur. The amount of people voting, or percentage of the population that votes, and the quality of the political outcome are poorly linked in general. So it's not the case that more people voting makes a worse outcome either, right? They're poorly linked. But it is the case that a smart society would teach as a norm that as an individual, you should try to hold yourself responsible to being a certain level of informed, a certain level of serious, a certain level of detached before you undertake political affirmations, negations, opinions, and stuff. That it's boring grown-up work. It's boring. If you're discussing politics correctly, it's extremely boring. And if you're not being boring about it, you don't deserve to talk about politics. You're fucking everything up. I mean, you know what would be an interesting thing to do? is have a lottery and let 1% of the population win this lottery. And if you win that lottery, then you get to vote. Wouldn't that be interesting? Man, I never got to vote once my entire life. I lived in this country. I had all these elections, and not one time did I get to vote. I never won that lottery. You want to get people to want to vote? Make it a prize. People are surprisingly... It's like, this is something I learned from my ESFJ ex-wife. It doesn't matter what you have put together as a prize, okay? You get a coffee mug that says Long Beach on it that somebody gave you as a regifting, and you could put a couple of pens and pencils in it, and you could tie a little ribbon around it and a little ribbon around this and call it a prize, okay? And as my ESFJ expert said, you know, sometimes people talk shit about the prizes, but I've never had anyone turn one down. The lottery is a better idea than the qualifying thing. Having to qualify is a terrible idea, because then that becomes a politicized process. In fact, it's a much better idea to have a lottery that picks maybe 0.2% of the population randomly to vote, and doesn't pick them until the day before the election. Now, how good of an idea is that? Will Ohio be a battleground state? We'll find out. It turns out only 1% of the 0.2% of the population that got to vote were from Ohio and that won the lottery. And all of those are huge supporters of a little known candidate named Cup and Balls. Solid through solid penetration. Some people have accused him of being a game, but he says, no, I'm running for president. And they all wrote him in. So then the politicians, should they really spend all that time campaigning in Ohio? Interesting question. Oliver Lyhan, I like your add-on there. Yeah, it's a lot harder to cheat at gambling than it is at assessments, right? Because gambling is an assessment that has a very powerful vested interest in staying honest and keeping everybody honest. It's a lot harder to game gaming than it is to game science. And that's one to grow on. That's like a famous quote or something. That sounds like a famous quote, you know. Well, go take your dump. You take it. Go ahead. Go take your dump. I'll take my dump. Then let's trade dumps. See, I can see what your dump looks like. You can look at my dump. I warn you right in advance. Mine are usually brown. The thing is, if you had that lottery, of course, there'd be so many conspiracy theories about who won the lottery to vote or whatever. But, you know, maybe one of the conditions of accepting, maybe, you know, they 0.2% of the population wins, but in order to actually get to vote, you have to agree to publicly identify yourself as one of the winners of the lottery, so that every single one of the people who votes has their name on a list, and somebody could presumably call them up and ask them, "Did you actually win? Did you actually vote?" Now you don't want to make them put who they vote for. That should remain anonymous, like private. But this is how my dad. This is an example of NI-polar. One thing that NI-polar will do, especially if it's got TI fifth, is concretize principles in circumstances that there's no reason to concretize them. Like, for example, my dad would never tell me when I was a kid who he voted for. Because it's a secret ballot, Eric. Secret ballot, son. Like, he doesn't seem to get that just because your privacy in that thing is and should be protected doesn't mean that you should not tell your 6-year-old son who you voted for. Right? It's so NI-polar. It's crazy. So, if you saw my balloon video earlier, you got to see Eric T.E. It took me 13 minutes to tie those balloons to that drink holder thing. And the crazy thing is, I realized after I made the video, I realized that I had described a good TE plan at the outset, which was, I'm going to take the string and I'm going to make a little pyramid from each of the four corners, one string, same length up, tie them here. Then tie all the balloons to that, okay? That was a good plan. And then I got to watercourse.
Crawl away, Jake Forrest. Crawl away until after my symposium, when you will have learned how to sprint.
Okay. So there you got goodbye from me too, by the way, Jake Forrest. Boba Fett, Oliver Lionhead's not just wise beyond his years, he's wise beyond our years. So anyway, took me 13 minutes though to attempt to tie the balloon to the drink carrier because I didn't follow through on my perfectly sound TE plan. So it shows how the functions work, right? That TE is demonstrative for me, but it's still going to be shitty because good TE ultimately requires either singularity and clarity, so you don't have other ideas that interfere with you doing what you're going to do, or good memory and follow through. I forgot my plan as soon as I got there with the balloons. I just said, well, maybe I should just, I started talking on the video about how it's important that I make sure it's tied well. So, good night, Oliver. So, then I started thinking somehow,
I should do something different to make sure it's tied well. Now that I've said out loud, make sure it doesn't like float away or something. So I tried tying it in a different way. It was stupider. It just goes to show, like, if you're in EDOM, what that means is the only way you're going to not do that is if you create a map entry, SI-wise, and re-experience something very equivalent, and remember your map entry, or have some sort of trigger to cause you to remember it in time. So it's like, and I try really hard with TE stuff too, usually, but I get distracted is the thing. It's hard to try hard with TE stuff when you're also trying to make a video and being NE and FE and right? I tell myself, like, okay, this time, Eric, just stop. No, think about this. You know how you fuck this shit kind of stuff up all the time. You know how shitty you are at this. So, but if you're careful and you really walk around a lot and think about it and decide about it, that you could maybe do this. Then when I get started, I end up, whatever I was thinking about deciding, I just end up doing something else for some reason that occurs to me at the last second. But regardless, it took me 13 minutes to tie, which should have taken 2, If I had just done, snip off 4 snips of string, poke a hole through each of the 4 corners, tie it there, tie it there, tie it there, tie it there, tie it at the top, then tie the balloons to that, it would have been easy. That's how I should have that's how I planned it in my head. But unfortunately, I thought about it not 1 second before I did it. It was like 10 minutes before I did it. So that plan is not going to last 10 whole minutes. I don't need bigger balloons when it says Mom. I need one of 2 things. I need either more balloons or a better gas, ideally hydrogen. A better gas would be the best solution. Helium's not very expensive. I was surprised to see at the Party City store that they have big ass like propane tank sized tanks of helium for $40. Well, I mean, that's the thing. I was talking with Rachel about this today. I don't know how this exactly is made to be the case, but in most metropolitan areas, including Los Angeles and where I live in the San Gabriel Valley here, it is illegal to fly a drone around here. And it's illegal to fly a drone way more places than you think. But not only is it illegal to fly a drone, but I never see them. So, what I've concluded is this. It's illegal to fly a drone, and they either enforce it really strictly, or they scare the shit out of you when you buy it. So in other words, they make you sit through this big speech about how they are going to enforce it really strictly, whether they actually do or not. One of those 2 things is true. Because, I mean, well, see, this is the thing about that. It's like, I want to get a drone. I've thought about getting one many times. And when I think about getting one, I think of myself just using it whenever and however I want to and not worrying about those rules, whatever they are, right? But the fact that I don't see any drones ever in the sky suggests to me that... Because look, I mean, I tell you what I do see sometimes. In fact, a lot what I'll see in the sky is fireworks. See fireworks
on New Year's Eve. You see fireworks on 4th of July. You see fireworks, illegal fireworks of all sorts, right? Lighting up the sky. All the Mexican parts of the town are nothing but illegal fireworks. So, and they celebrate other things, like, let's say, like Mexico's national team wins some big soccer game. You'll get fireworks in Baldwin Park. And they're all the illegal kind, the homemade, shoot up in the air kind. Or the, whatever you call them. I don't know if they're home. I guess they're homemade. I guess everything in Mexico is homemade then? I don't know. In the U.S., the FAA will auto hard stop your drone from going into restricted areas. It just won't even take off. Oh, you mean so it's got like some sort of thing that lets the government. That's interesting. I mean, what I want to do with my drone is basically, well, okay, one thing I want to do with a drone is I want to go someplace where there might be Sasquatches, and I want to fly the drone over the tops of the trees with a camera looking down to try to get some pictures of Sasquatch. So drones are treated like vehicles then, Dark Sunshine, huh? Basically, that's probably a pretty good idea. I mean, they come with a lot of potential liability, right? If you crash it into somebody's head, it probably won't be pleasant for them, I wouldn't guess. I don't know how much you'd be hurt if somebody flew a drone into your head. I don't know how fast can they go? Do they go like 100 miles an hour? I don't think so. So I want to look for Sasquatch. That's so gay. Dark Sunshine, I hate that shit. Look. Everybody needs to respect that the public space is the public space. There is no right to privacy. You don't control. You don't get to tell me not to look at you. You also, if you're in a public area, don't get to tell me not to take pictures of you. I won't, because I get that the norm isn't what the technicality is, and I'd rather be cool than I've been that guy before. There's a video that I still have up, in fact, that I'm thinking about taking down because I wouldn't be that. I'm just not like that anymore, It was me filming my experience at the DMV because, of course, they have all these signs up everywhere saying how much they're filming you. So, of course, I decided to film them because I said, look, if you're going to spend this much energy telling me that you're filming me, then maybe I should film you. What do you think about that, DMV people? I don't like the DMV. I don't think there's any reason why I should be having to give you this money for what? It's like, you're not my mechanic. You're not selling me a car. You're not doing anything, really, except making it harder for me to use my car and charging me a lot of money for that. No, thank you. I don't want your service. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love those little stickers you send me in the mail. I just don't like how much you charge me for them. I'm thinking, I bought little stickers before I don't remember them ever costing hundreds of dollars. I wonder why this little sticker and piece of paper costs hundreds of dollars. And it doesn't do anything at all. It doesn't make my car run better. It doesn't make me a better driver. It doesn't get me anywhere faster. It doesn't make my car last longer. Has absolutely nothing to do, as far as I can tell, with my relationship with my vehicle, except to compel me to purchase an extremely overpriced sticker and piece of paper. Okay, I got it. No, it's the right color. It's orange. Don't worry. I know. Don't get me wrong. I got you. 2022 is an orange year. I know. Don't worry, mine's orange. Do you see? Right there. My car, has the right color square sticker on its license plate. So, I mean, fuck yeah, it was worth it. Well, fuck yeah, I paid $4,000 for that sticker. Look how shiny it is. And, you know, orange is the new whatever. It's this year's color. It's the in color, obviously. Or else those stickers wouldn't be nearly that expensive. Okay, well, but it's going to be hard for me to get to the Himalayas. All right, they're far away. I think I'm closer to places where I could see a Bigfoot than to places where I could see a Yeti. That's what I think. I'm not opposed to finding a Yeti. I'm not discriminatory against Yetis. I am a little discriminatory against skunk apes, but that's because they stink. I do discriminate against Mothmen. I don't want to see any Mothmen, please. That just sounds deformed. No man should have wings with a bunch of powdery dust on them. Are you telling me at the bowling square, formerly known as the bowling square, now known as Action Lanes Bowling Center, that Bigfoot has been there bowling recently? I had no idea that Sasquatches bowl. Rachel and I should go bowling. You were right about that, for sure. Winston's mom, have you been taking your correctness pills again? Because that is both true and correct. Rachel and I should definitely go bowling. This is what they call a glitch in the matrix. Now you can say, I was watching a live stream the other night and I saw a real glitch in the matrix. This guy just froze there. No. The camera was so well you could see the cigarette smoke moving. It was like he was a robot or something. It's a glitch in the matrix. Okay. What time is it? 2:15 in the morning time. It's known as the Zapruder film of Sasquatchery. Squatchery's Zapruder, they sometimes call it. What are you doing here, kitty cat? What you want? What you want? You want to come in here? You do, don't you? This cat is such a lover cat. I'm telling you. Trouble's got a lot of FE up in this mix. I'll tell you that. He wants to be really part of the family, but look, he just comes right in the house. He just came right in. We tell him no all the time. He still just comes right in. Help himself to some food over there. Go ahead, Trouble. I don't care. Rachel will be mad when she sees this, probably. You said you weren't going to let him in. We have, but that doesn't mean we want him coming in here. He's covered in fleas. He won't let us put flea powder on without scratching the shit out of us. Sometimes he's cool. He gets along fine with Pee-Pee. They have a weird relationship, okay? It's like, no, he just wants to come in, and he doesn't get why he can't be part of the gang, but because he doesn't want to have to, he doesn't want to have to do the things he needs to do to really be part of the gang. Well, the problem is that he's very prone to scratching us, okay, and that's more of a big deal than it seems like, really. He's pretty rough and tumble, and his mood will change on a dime, and he will tear you up pretty good. So he got my hand the other day, and all I did was think I was responding to his request for pets, but he just wanted me to stand near him. Mrs. Mom, Rachel and I just gonna have to stumble through this nightmare that we have here. It's an FE nightmare, because if you're an INFJ and there's a cat standing outside the door where you can see them and looking at you and meowing, you feel like you need to do something. What do you want? Let me give you something, some food or something. You need something from me. You know, the cat just wants to come inside the house, but we don't want him in the house because he's covered in fleas and shit, you know, and he's not going to let us put diatomaceous earth on him like we do on Pee-Pee. He's too feral. He's very effy and very friendly, but he's unfixed and super feral as well. So he's basically, we will end up letting him come in here sometimes. Like, I'm letting him come in here now in part because Capillo and Rachel are inside. So I don't have to worry about him scratching Rachel. And Rachel is like, she gets more than I ever did from the beginning, that you can't have it both ways, right? You either our cats just mauled the shit out of our new neighbor's sweet little Freddy cat. Oh my god, it's terrible. Now, when we put out food and water for him, we put out food and water for him all the time. That's not the issue. The issue is, now that he's given up being a wild cat for some reason, he wants to hang out with us, and he doesn't want to have limits. Like, he doesn't respect our boundaries. So, and it's like, also, when my dad was gone last time, there was this night that it rained, so I let Trouble into the garage, and I put a little bit of food in there, And and then I asked Rachel, she was walking by, said when I knew my dad was coming, I said, hey, can you check see if he ate all that food there? You know, did he eat that food that I put in there? Or was he? And she looked and she was like, yeah, it's gone. But there was like one or two pieces left, right? So of course when my dad comes home, I get told, I don't want you to start feeding the cats in the garage. I'm like, that's not, oh God. Man, I can't fucking move a staple 3 inches without it getting noticed and called out by my dad. It's crazy. I need to return a string. In fact, I borrowed a string without asking. I forgot to return it. Now that's in the garage. You'll notice that less quickly. But I should get it out there before the morning. Don't come over here into this part. You stay in the kitchen and you go outside. Okay, going back outside. You just came in to eat, huh? He eats a lot. He's like some kind of eating contest winning kitty. He's a big cat. I think he might be what they call a Maine Coon. That would explain his extreme talkativeness and kind of dog-like qualities, but you know, his feralness, well, you can see the same thing at play in him as you see in human beings, which is no matter what his particular story is, he's still an extrovert. Even though he wasn't around people much, obviously, or like had a family or whatever, until Rachel and I moved in here. Once he got accustomed to having a couple of people that he linked to, he became very talkative, very like FE. Oh, yeah. That's good urination. Messi the Puma is an interesting channel. Was he named after the soccer player? Well, Boba Fett, listen. That's just my body singing songs of love to your heart. Instead of being alarmed or frightened by the differences in our respective language, be delighted by the attempt to communicate. Yeah, well, I had to adjust the timing of my speech so that that one came out right on time at the end, you know. I had to slow down a little bit because it was a little late, but I was able to predict its arrival time pretty accurately. My gastrointestinal processes are like German trains. Cold and foreboding. I'm tired. I am tired. Spare a thought for those of us wearing headphones. Sorry. Well, I was peeing. When you're peeing, you gotta just relax and just let both the liquids and the gases escape your body, but not the solids. That's the key to go and pee. So they taught me in the military. I was in a little known branch of the military called the U.S. Urine Forces. It's the branch of the military devoted towards fighting with urine and urine derivatives of various sorts, and or defending against urine-based attacks. Good morning, Bozo, the clown. I'm glad it's morning whenever you're around. Whatever happened to that girl that I sang Amelia with? I believe you're talking of Haley. What happened to her? Haley was working with me for a little while. When I lived in Lover, she was Kimberly's niece. And yeah, her voice was neat. It sounded pure and true, and clear like you know who. Little Miss Clear. What happened to Haley? I don't know. Well, basically, I started talking to her about booking a show where she and I would sing, and she was starting to show her age a little bit because she was like 18 or 17 or something like that. But she was going, I don't know if I want to. That sounds kind of like. I was just like, okay, I don't feel like playing this game. This game is boring now. But yeah, she was a great singer. The version I have of What's the Matter with Me with her is one of my favorite videos of all time that I've made, and it's not like super well mixed or mastered or anything, but it just comes together really well, and with her voice, and I really like that version of that song. It's a hard song to sing, but don't underestimate Rachel either. Rachel, as I've been learning more and more, is, to the extent that she is afforded and I guess kind of guided into doing or starting practicing something, and she's given enough time to practice it, she's great. She's a great singer. But one of the problems that I have is I tend to, well, not so much anymore, but I used to be like, oh, just we'll record as you're practicing, and I'm sure I'll get a good one. Now, let her practice first for a stretch of time till she feels really comfortable and has it down. Because INFJs, in some ways, have extremely powerful SI. Just like I have a very powerful SE. Practice is something INFJs get because they have a clear vision of what it is they're practicing and what it's supposed to sound like. And Rachel with her FE, for example, is super line coachable. Try saying it like this. She'll fucking imitate the cadence of it perfectly. The exact wordage is a little bit more of a challenge for her, but she'll get the exact, like, NIFE I'm pushing. Whatever happened to that guy who was once on television? I think he's King's P as well, but I don't know for sure. I haven't typed him, still I suspect as well. He seems ENTP as hell. I mean, sure, he might be less abrasive, less confrontational, evasive. From some perspectives, one might suppose. But my confrontationality ain't really my personality. It's more like my reaction style. And I think it's fair to say a Negro's got it square enough. We needn't model it no further. The difference clearly lands in each respective man's response to conflict that arises. I've got 8 in my tri-type. I fight fire with fire. He's not got 8 in his tri-type. He is avoidant of ire. He likes a peaceful chill, and so do I. But that don't mean the anthill won't still make both of us cry. And by the anthill I mean stinging red kind, singing songs of hiding, battleizing. CJ's convinced to convince them of something, if only that a reasonable fella, not biased against them, not yellow neither, but ready and willing to hear what they say, is with them today. And they see him when they call him CJ, CJ O'Connell. Get me a funnel and a copy filter, please. I'm out of weed can pour the bong water through these contraptions I've here made. And when chunky black bits gather around, don't take 'em out and throw 'em on the ground. That would be wasteful of what's not trash. 'Cause resin's like hash that's very shitty, but better than nothing when you're dry. Might as well set it aside for a rainy time, which ironically, despite the rain, means you're dry. Isn't that hilarious? Why would that make any sense at all? That was not so bad. That was pretty good for a freestyle. Freestyle, freestyle. Everybody wants a freestyle, freestyle. Freestyle, freestyle. Everybody loves a freestyle, freestyle. Oh Lord, let my people go free. I want my people go free. Oh Lord, let my people go free. Tired of living in slavery. That's what I call not having absolutely everything I want. I live in the slavery of not having opportunity to have constant gratification. How dare the world impose these horrible realities on me or anyone I know. Well, that's just how things are. Reality is as reality does. That's what they say in Forrest Gump. Everybody knows Forrest Gump is the best movie. We need to know. We need to see. We need to pen happenings down by our means to judge. Logic to life we devisively unlike, and from which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Carson and Desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all petition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Julie shares now her limits, hoping Julie will too. Jerry shares for 4 minutes. He just can't share things like they do. Julie always thought that she should have bought two when she had the chance to buy. Julie soon forgot about Jed and Toto, though she ought recall she'll die. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Harston and Parson, we're stuck with such private larceny. We all petition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Boom. Boom. The final boom a story of a very big sound. It's the story told in the book, play, and feature film, The Final Boom, subtitled The Story of a Very Big Sound. A jebda. Why would you call that a jebda? Oh, just 'cause. Just shh, shh. Hush, little angel, hush. Hush. Hush, little angel. Shh, it's okay. It's okay. No, I don't want to save it as that. Joy, I want to open. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you get clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous soft friend. And now it's wonderful kitty, petting time again. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time. Oh, wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you get clean lines. But your wonderful kitty is a fabulousness I've never encountered before. And I know that I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you, don't walk away. It's petting time. Hooray! Don't Go Away is an amazing song by this little remembered and mostly forgotten band called Budgie. Are they also rarely recalled and frequently neglected? Epistemologically? Frequently neglected epistemologically? That would really be something. Oh, that's really something. Well, that's bloody important. That's really something. That's pretty bloody important. Let me tell you. Pretty bloody important. I'll tell you it's important, Jordan Peterson. Looking up Don't Go Away by the Budgie. Okay. I'll look it up now. Don't Go Away by Budgie. Don't go away, Bud G. Budgie 8. Don't go away, YouTube. Alright, let me listen to a second of it. I'm going to mute myself here for a second so I can listen to a bit of it. Yeah, but it might be. Maybe you're right, maybe not. But I don't want to get all in trouble. Interesting. Um, it's a little too any for me as a consumer. But the thing is, I also can tell that I need to listen to it a few more times because it's got uh, a melody that's is probably intuitively pretty resonant, but it takes a little getting used to. It's an odd melody, right? Um, and willfully so. The thing that I was ready to really like it, but when the beat dropped, it didn't drop. You know, that was a problem. That was a shame because there's this moment where they have the opportunity to really drop the beat, and instead they drop a meow beat. Audience video appears to show comedian Dave Chappelle attacked on stage at the Hollywood Bowl. Attacked by whom? Yeah, so that's what I was thinking is. But the thing is, I have to listen to it a lot more. It's not a very intuitive melody exactly, or at least not at first listen. It's not super hooky, put it that way. But it's not exactly unhooky either. So yeah, it's weird. It's a weird song. I understand why you would mention it. It's definitely worth attention, and I'd have to listen to it more. The fact that I say that tells you right away that it's worth attention because almost everything I feel like I got pretty good clarity on it after one listen. I mean, the hook's fine, I guess. Uh, but I guess I need to listen to it more. it's not immediately accessible, which is fine. It doesn't need to be necessarily, because you can tell it's more accessible than it's not super proggy or anything either. You know, it's a little precious. I just hate the way the drums don't fill in the bottom at all. It really annoys me because it's like it really wants real drums right there, and nothing happens except this weird tinny fucking hi-hat heavy thin ass, I don't know what you call it, miggity pia, I guess, mostly miggity pia is what you call it. The drum sounding like that. No, don't try to make your drums consistent with your precious post Beach Boys navel gazing. Juxtapose against it. Be wise. Make wise choices. Post Beach Boys navel gazing. What do you think about that as a review? As a bolded part of the review of that song. Accurate? I agree. That's the NI nutshell of that song. Post Beach Boys navel gazing. Wow, that really wasn't good NI there, Eric. That's exactly what that is. You really nailed it with the NI, didn't you, Eric? Yeah, you sure did, Eric. Thanks, Eric. I appreciate your affirmation. You got it, big guy. That guy I was just talking to is the guy I call enthusiastic, Eric. It's kind of like the, kind of like the trainer of the other Erics. Who's everyone's favorite drummer? I mean, it's hard to critique the job that John Bonham did in Led Zeppelin for sure, but by far the most underrated drummer of all time is Ringo Starr, who is a really amazing fucking drummer. Just absolutely amazing. And it's like people are deaf to his amazingness because he's always playing the right thing. It's almost, it's like, well, drums are the INFJ of the rock band personality type world, Well, it's because probably you were born with a recessive gene known as beetle cell anemia, which makes it impossible for you to process the beetles. Your body doesn't process it in a healthy way like normal people do. You're not what we call beetles neurotypical. You're a beetles neuroatypical. In other words, there's something wrong with you. Well, look, I would say that about like really early Beatles stuff, like I Want to Hold Your Hand, Twist and Shout. They sound a little dated, maybe, but well, the thing is, the remasterings they did of the Beatles records made a big difference. you can hear everything nice and clear. And of course, the mixing's super old school. So you got some shit over here and some shit way over here, and but listening to the remastered versions of them, and you can really hear what's going on in the music, is a different experience than listening to the LP records. Like Paul McCartney, also. I mean, John Lennon, when I was growing up, seemed to get most of the credit for the Beatles or something. But even I could tell as a kid and knew just from listening that there was something wrong with George. I think what I picked up on there is that he was NEFI. So he wasn't really... He was kind of doomed to go a little self-indulgent, you know? Like, there's no doubt that George Harrison wasn't able to write songs like Paul and John were. And that what he provided with the guitar well, okay. Now I'm thinking if She Said. George Harrison is a little underrated, a little underappreciated by me, specifically. Like, and She Said, I'm thinking of the guitar part in that, right? It's pretty rad. I'm pretty, like, I think George may have written that song. I'm not sure, but... She said, I know what it means to be, I know what it means to be, what it means, and I'm making it feel like I never been known. She said, I don't understand what I said. I said, no, 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 you're wrong when I wasn't there. Everything was everything. That's a good song. No, Tiffany's not singing right now because Eric's singing poorly. And he's singing a song to which he does not know the words very well. So, in those instances, he sounds a little bit like Tiffany, maybe. The lead into Good Times, Bad Times. Yeah, that's triggering some good SI for me. I can almost hear the crackle of the LP. Good time, bad time, you know I'm at when I'm on the left side with the right, you don't seem to care. Yeah, that song rocks. That whole album rocks. You know, Zepp rocks. There's no doubt about it. Now, granted, their later albums, they got a little Jethro Tull-y, you know. They got a little bit too much Jethro in their tulls. Like, let's face it. There's nobody nowadays who doesn't find their whole kind of mishmash of Celtic and Viking lore to be ridiculous, you know? But that's fine. There's Zeppelin. Only Zeppelin's allowed to get away with that shit, okay? And if you've ever seen the movie Thor Ragnarok, man, when like Thor jumps down from the spaceship onto the Rainbow Bridge at the end and his sister's coming, and as he's jumping down, he goes, "Oh, oh, it's the fucking, it's just so epic. It's the most exactly right fucking soundtracking thing in the history of movies. It's just perfect. That movie's fantastic. If you haven't seen Thor Ragnarok, Infinity War and Thor Ragnarok are neck and neck for the best of the MCU. Is that what it's called? MCU movies. Well, Ragnarok though is particularly great. I mean, Jeff Goldblum is fantastic in it. The characters that are around him are great. You know, like the rock guy, the guy who's made out of rocks, and the guy who's made out of rocks, his little friend, and 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 the Valkyrie girl who's a drunk. And it's well paced. It's really well paced. You know, it's action packed. It's funny. It's got a good soundtrack. It's well acted. It's that kind of thing done to perfection. I like Doctor Strange too. I did like that one a lot too. In fact, I think they're coming out with a new one soon. I was planning on seeing it. I saw a billboard for it the other day. The extras? No, I haven't watched the extras. Is it good? What do you mean the extras? Do you mean, is that a show name, or do you mean like extra bits of the movie that are available on Disney Plus? If you mean, in either case, the answer is no. But, no, I just saw when I saw that movie, it was before I was getting any streaming services. So whenever I wanted to watch something, I just rent it on YouTube, a la carte. Because, you know, you can rent movies on YouTube for like $3.99 or whatever. And or you can buy them. But, I don't like to rewatch movies much. Not enough to buy it, you know. Well, you know what's interesting, Byron Grant, about the whole MCU thing is I didn't watch my... Oh, really? That's pretty funny. It's a pretty funny concept. I didn't watch any of the MCU movies until very late. The first MCU movie I saw was Infinity War, which you could easily make a case that Infinity War is the best MCU movie. Is either that or Thor Ragnarok, or maybe, you know, I also like Doctor Strange, but I wouldn't have put that one that close to the top. I'd probably put Guardians of the Galaxy up higher than Doctor Strange. I liked both the Guardians of the Galaxy movies a lot as well. But there are plenty of stinkers. You know, but if you happen to the first one you happen to watch, and it's like, I think I even was like watching TV, like it was on like TNT or something, you know. Like, I just happened to start at the beginning, I guess. Probably like it was after a sporting event or something. And before I knew it, I was like, I had had to rent it. I was like, okay, I can't watch this with commercials. I've got to rent it. And it was so good. Just like, what have I been missing here? But I didn't realize that I started off with the very first one. Yeah, the humor in Guardians of the Galaxy is quite solid. That scene where the raccoon guy says, like, I'm so mad I'm kicking the dirt or something like that. I don't remember exactly what he says, but that scene is voice acted so perfectly. It caught me off guard the first time I saw it. Obviously, as a joke, and I just thought it was fucking hilarious. But I rewinded and listened to the voice acting again because it's timed so perfectly, and the toned so perfectly too. Well, okay, so let's explore this rewatching versus not rewatching thing. Music and movies are very different things. So, Boba Fett says he's also not a fan of rewatching movies. And Dark Sunshine, I bet you aren't a fan of rewatching movies either. Because as mapping types, we process language-based stuff as language, first and foremost, which is to say, as meanings that are parsed down, known, understood, decided upon, and then put away. Whether it's a story we're watching, or an informative thing, or educational thing, or what doesn't matter, we still treat it as a map thing, because it's language first. Because we're mapping types, we make it language first, even if it's got a lot of visuals. We turn those into meanings in language. The thing is that music doesn't work like that. Music is music first, and not language first. And music is the most well, it's the most difficult of all media. The most magical of all media. The most timeless of all media. It's like you can listen to a good song hundreds of times in your life, but that's because you're not listening to the song for any meanings. It's not requiring you to get any juice from its story, you know? To the extent that it's using narrative at all to engage you, it's engaging you much more directly on an F level. And if a song does require you to pay attention to the story to get juice out of it, then it ultimately isn't really a very good song you're going to listen to very often. So, like, American Pie or Alice's Restaurant, one of those long story songs, they're mixing two things together that shouldn't go together. Just like politics shouldn't be in your lyrics or your comedy, because it makes it trades in all of its genuine vigor for temporary vigor. Well, Dark Sunshine, I know I repeat myself fairly often, at least conceptually repeat myself fairly often. Probably not the exact same words, but... And I know that I go over similar concepts multiple times. And yet, I will point out that you spent the majority of the last 4 hours here watching something you've never watched before. Namely, this live stream. Now, granted, sure, I can acknowledge the following thing. You're not just watching it, it's interactive, sure. But I don't think that really invalidates my point. No, I don't. I don't think it does. And you know what else I don't think? I don't think you think it either. So, right on the nose, mister, is what you're thinking about what I'm saying right now. Right on the nose. Congratulations. I've become accustomed enough to your patterns that even should you express that pattern in an unusually shitty way, well, it's within the range of the expected overall shittiness of everything, so you can't disappoint me that much. In fact, occasionally, you might even score 0 instead of somewhere between -1 million and 0. Oh, thanks. Well, I am so proud of myself. Today could be the day that I not only don't disappoint Dark Sunshine very much, but that I qualify and am so successful that I qualify as neutral. Wow. I'm like a mutation in Dark Sunshine's life. Almost always deleterious, sometimes nearly neutral, never really truly neutral though. To be honest, I need as much of your guys' perspectives of me and my typing with Eric as possible. Byron Grant. Did I type you recently? Are you that INFJ guy? Oh. I know, I didn't really have my feelings hurt or think. I was playing Let's Interpret It badly. You know that game? Do you love that game? Let's interpret this in a way that's insulting to me. What do you mean it's fine? Just fine? So basically you're saying you hate my lemon pie. Well, I mean, what else would you mean if you say it's fine? Fine is what you say when things are actually shitty. Yeah, we were talking. They were talking about you, Byron Grant, Winston's mom, and who else was there? Lou Fay. I think maybe Dark Sunshine was there. Jonathan Basanti, maybe. They were talking about you, about how you should join their little party they have. I'm sometimes there too, but I try to go away because, I mean, there's definitely enough Eric already for everybody to consume. What's ASPAC? Asian South Pacific Asian Children? The little club is heavily introversion biased. I'm annoyed right now because I set everything perfectly up and then the doctor doesn't answer his phone. It really is frustrating sometimes when I try and it still doesn't conform. Yeah. I'm going to suggest you pull a Carl Jung, pick up the doctor, swing him around your head, and use him to knock over other people. It's a just consequence. Yeah. You actually get to hear Rachel talk occasionally because I'm not constantly talking over her. It's hard though. It's hard for me to to manage being in a flow state expertly, intuitively wise, and also on point FE wise, you know. It's hard to do. It's tricky. Tricky. But if I edit videos, and I can try to edit in more Rachel, but usually I don't leave myself much Rachel to work with because I'm talking so much. But it's because if I'm making a video, I have something I want to say, you know? Like when I made that video earlier about slot rage, outrages, whatever. She and I had a conversation about slots about half an hour before, and I'd been thinking about it in that half hour in between. And then we got in the car, and I'm like, I want to make a video about this. And so I just started making it. It's not like she and I didn't have a conversation about it. It's just that happened before I made the video. And when I went to make the video, I was just thinking about making a video, you know? Put your tongue back in your mouth, though. Yeah, you're getting spit on us. There's only one part of my body that likes to get spit on, okay? I'll be honest. Well, 2 parts? 3 parts? One part? One general part comprising a couple of distinct elements, I guess. Few distinct elements, you know. It's so strange because I'm totally against getting spit on any other part of my body. Totally opposed to it. Like, I don't care who you are. I really don't need any of your spit on any of my body. Except for one exception. In which case, I definitely need your spit there. Not because I want your spit there, but because it's an inevitable consequence of what's about to happen. So tell me now, Eric, what is the future of MBTI? I don't know. Continue being a stupid half-assed workplace exam? I mean, the future of defensible typology is to do it in a defensible fashion, right? So it's not like there's anything specifically insightful about what I'm saying about it. I just know how to do the thing that a bunch of people who don't know how to do the thing are pretending to do. I mean, it depends on which seagull. I have a few seagulls that I'm really, really close to. If they poop on me, it's okay. Others, I consider my enemy seagulls, I'll be extra offended if they poop on me. And listen, Winston's mom, I don't like getting spit on at all. Okay? I'm just saying, spit gets onto one part of my body by choice, rather than unfortunately. There was a radio show in Germany for 20 years where people would call anonymously to talk about their problems, and some people reported it was insane. Living as dogs, shitting on each other. Oh yeah, why? Yeah. Well, you do live in Germany, Dark Sunshine. Germany's famous for being for not having the proper amount of hygiene focused concern regarding their sexual intercourses. One person said that he likes to make role play and be a dog and eat out of a bowl and shit on the balcony. Okay, well, I could imagine eating out of a bowl. I eat out of a bowl every time I have soup. That's not that odd. I could imagine pretending to be a dog. I frequently pretend to be Sasquatch, so it's not that much of a stretch. But I have a real problem with this shitting on the balcony thing. That just sounds like you made yourself a disgusting mess to clean up. What are you going to do? Leave it on the balcony? That's a good point, Jake. That is a really good point. That's not very good role playing. That person needs to go shit on the neighbor's lawn when the neighbor's walking out to get the paper, so that you feel really uncomfortable about the fact that your dog's shitting on the neighbor's lawn and they're seeing it happen and you don't even have any plastic bags with you. That's what it is. Ah, it's disgusting. Okay. Alright. Now you're hitting my SI in a bad spot. That's gross. Don't be gross about things. Grossness is gross, and that's not okay. That's what I have to say to you. I have to say to you, remember the wise words of TLC. Don't grow Jason's daughter tall. If you want my Vedic, then you get astrology, then you are a Vedic, yeah. Vedic astrology is so good compared to anti-Vedic astrology. What's the alternative to Vedic? Regular? They just call it regular astrology? You can't find a decent girlfriend, what should you do? Oh, tropical astrology. Huh. Is it tropical because it tastes like coconut? Usually things that are named tropical taste like coconut or smell like coconut. I've noticed this as a trend. Anyway, maybe it doesn't apply to astrology. So, get a girlfriend, huh? Oh yeah, that wasn't Jake. You guys have a similar color circle, so it's easy to confuse you. But, Jake Forrest, like, that thing that you just did right there is such an ENTP thing to do. I'm not normally one to try to care or make claims or say anything about this person's type or whatever. But that kind of response to his typo and or perhaps diction problem is not quite clear is it's like a reflex for us, right? It's out of our mouth before we even think about it. Now, are you actually ENTP? I don't know. Apparently, you say I've typed you before, but I have no record in my email, but I believe you. And if you're the same Jake Forrest, and it appears you are, that wrote those things on Quora, I would suggest that it's likely you're an ENTP. But I don't know. Because sometimes in chat, people I've been wildly wrong after I talk to them because, when people are in the chat here, they say what they're going to say at their own pacing after their own kind of process that I don't get to see at all. So, regarding Vedic, even just an understanding of the importance of an individual's ascendant and moon signs. Well, oh yeah. Why do you need a doll? I mean, oh yeah, maybe you've not heard about this before. There's this thing in Google Chrome called incognito window. What you're going to want to do is go ahead and right click on your Google Chrome icon down there at the bottom. And you're going to get an option for incognito window. Go ahead and click that. Now, click into the search bar and then click again because it doesn't take the first time. Now once you're in that search bar, or URL bar, whatever you want to call it, you're going to want to enter your key terms plus the word porn, okay? Turn off safe search. Your keywords might involve such things as large-chested, just a hypothetical search term like that somebody, not me, might type in there would be something like large-chested, dumb SLUT. Gets mad hard or something like that. Those are the kind of things you put in there. And then I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by what pops up in front of you. Unlike a doll, which just doesn't do anything, just sits there, these people that you will see on the screen, well, what they do is they disprove the notion that the terms cute and filthy are mutually exclusive, right? Keyword Bigfoot bitch. I believe you, Jake Forrest. I do. I believe the living fuck out of you right now. I more believe in you than I do in Sasquatch. Which I admittedly is a low bar, because I don't believe in Sasquatch that much. But I believe in Sasquatch more than I believe in ghosts. What do you believe in more, Jake Forrest? Sasquatches, ghosts, or aliens? This is an interesting question to ask people, right? What do you believe in more, even if you disbelieve in them all? Which do you disbelieve in least? Aliens, Sasquatches, or ghosts? And a lot of people will try to tell you the best answer is aliens. And the reason aliens seems like the best answer is because we've got a false conception of the origins of life itself. We think we have an explanation for how life comes to be, arises, grows in complexity, evolves into a multiplicity of species across time, and thus can conceive easily of a said process occurring elsewhere, producing a equivalent life form, leading to increased intelligence and complexity, eventually producing a space-worthy race of aliens traveling in a ship across the vastness of the outer world to here, our quaint home called Earth. But that explanation upon which we are predicating this whole idea of aliens is itself long since been falsified by yours truly, me. I falsified that explanation in its first house, its second house, its third, fourth, and fifth house, while ascending and descending, and going through, among, and without. I squared off its yards, I turned its yards into squares, and I rounded off any circles that were too much like an ellipses. I've done it before, okay, and yeah, I've coached somebody on interview skills. I regretted doing it because he didn't learn a goddamn thing because he's an ISTP. But yeah, the Chinese mothers will hound the shit out of you. No offense, I don't mean to lump all Chinese mothers together. But tiger mother is an expression for a reason. You know, it is true that there are a certain percentage of suburban Chinese mothers who fit the description of tiger mother. It's like, what? A free hour on my child's schedule? Time for extra math practice. The thing is, with interviewing it goes like this. You can train to not fail in certain specific ways, but you can't really learn to succeed at it. And what that means, functionally or practically, is that I'm going to be able to talk my way into jobs I shouldn't get. And other people with a different stack are going to be unable to talk their way into jobs they should get. But, well, they probably can't learn to talk their way into jobs they should get. They can probably learn to avoid talking their way out of jobs they would have gotten. So that's about all you can do with interview skills, I think. You're doing med interviews, it just seems like a verbal exam. So they just ask you a lot of questions about medical knowledge. If that's all they're doing, then, I mean, they're probably not really judging you based on anything other than the correctness of your answers against their key that they're using, which is the generally accepted answer regarding it, probably, you know. Unless you get a particularly intuitive interviewer who wants to check your ideational vigor and says things like, what's an alternative explanation for this? Here's a scenario. What do they call it? Dr. Mia, who's completing her residency at Smithington Methodist Hospital, has encountered a patient showing the following things and has ordered these tests. Is there anything else that you can think of that might account for this, or reasons why this might be a good or bad thing to do, or whatever? If I were an interviewer, I would ask those kind of questions, but I would never get to be in a position to be a medical interviewer because, like, I can't even go to the doctor hardly without getting into a fight with those fuckers. Well, I mean, I can, but I can't go with Rachel without getting into a fight with them because what is it about Rachel that people think they can get away with like brazenly underestimating her, I guess you'd say? I mean, I get that it's easy to underestimate her. I've done it plenty of times, but well, you know what? That strategy would backfire, oh yeah. Because what you would discover if we were fighting and you pulled my beard is that it's a fake beard. It would pull right off into your hand. You'd be surprised. And in that moment of surprise, pow! Knuckle sandwich. Right to the tip of your nose. Like that. And then you'd regret that impulsive action of yours. You'd say as you were falling to the canvas, being slowly blacking out, say, oh yeah, oh no, my plan backfired. And you just stone cold out. The ref comes over, ding 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 ding. It's over. And the winner by knockout in the first round, host Eric, by way of the fake beard trick. They lift up my hand and everybody cheers me. The next morning on the front page of the New York Times, screaming large font, a new Mike Tyson? And underneath it, a picture of me standing over your limp, lifeless body, my hand raised in the air, and my fake beard on the ground near me. And the subtitle is Vicious Fake Beard Trick KOs Oh Yeah in first round. Hey miggity miggity, what's piggity powin'? Are you riggity rowin'? I mean, you know, oh yeah, I'm not trying to say I'm tougher than you or anything. I'm just saying you made a rookie mistake when you fell for my fake beard trick. You're a bit of a greenhorn in the ring, apparently. One might even use the term noob. Even if you don't fall for the fake beard trick, you will discover in succession that every other part of my body is fake as well. So you're screwed. You think you're punching me right in the face, and you realize, oh my God, that's a fake cheek. You know, those are fake too. Oh yeah, everything is fake. Everything. So fake. Think it's a real cigarette? They don't let you smoke real cigarettes on TV. I'm on TV right now, right? Like, what channel am I on anyway? What channel are they showing me right now? Don't tell me it's BET again. I hate it when they show me on BET. It's like, man, I'd get more views on YouTube. My soul can't be fake? Are we sure that some people don't get fake souls? Like, isn't it occasionally like God runs out of legitimate stock, and so he sends out the Holy Ghost to the local swap meet to pick up some knockoff brand souls, and then, you know, those people just, their souls wear out a lot faster probably. Those are probably the people who die young, you know. They got some of the cheap knockoff souls. But it's hard to keep up with the production demands. Because what's happened is God has had to ramp up his soul manufacturing end of things so quickly in the last couple hundred years. It's really put a lot of pressure on supply. And, I mean, sure, the Holy Ghost was on top of it. He was always a bit of a curse over. He was saying, a good 1,200 years ago, God, look, at some point, I can see where the signs are pointing here. We're gonna have a post-Malthusian reality that's gonna change the whole dynamics of this whole heaven, soul, afterlife shit. So maybe we should think ahead. And God bless his soul, but God is an ESTJ, and he was sure things were going to continue the way they had been going. Jesus sided with the Holy Ghost, but Jesus being an HP was God's beneficiary, so God simply could not hear what Jesus had to say. He listened to the Holy Ghost because the Holy Ghost is an INFJ, but he conflicts with everything the Holy Ghost thought because they're conflictor types. So, but at least God's fair. Afterwards, he admitted, "You were right. I should have invested in more soul manufacturing facilities sometime around the Renaissance." You know, they weren't talking for a couple of days, but everything's fine again. You know, they ran a train on the Virgin Mary to engage in a little male bonding, and now they're all bros again. You know. Hilarious jokes. So God, the Holy Ghost, and Jesus Christ were running a train on the Virgin Mary the other day. And she turns around and says, how much more dick do I gotta take? And, the Holy Ghost says, well, until we get to start calling you Mary, for fuck's sake. Good point. Her name was too long. That's why they were doing this. Everyone was tired of calling her the Virgin Mary. So they said, we gotta put an end to this right now. Alright? Come on, Mary. You know you want it. And she's like, you know what? I do want it. I've been wanting it for so long. I am so done being the Virgin Mary. And, of course, Michael is always there with the video camera. So, I mean, it's on Pornhub. You could look it up yourself. Just search God, Holy Ghost, Jesus, gangbang, Virgin Mary, and it should pop right up. Oh, that's serious. Oh, that's really something. So, she attained at the highest level of hypergamy, and at the same time, she lost her status as pure. And that's bloody important. It really is. Nietzsche finally said something funny. Oh my God. I never thought I'd see the day when Nietzsche said something that didn't make me go, ew. That's hilarious, Friedrich Nietzsche. Ah, women. They make the highs higher and the lows more frequent. It's not true, but it's funny. What people who say that about like women or men or whatever, what they should say is, my typologically incompatible relationship history. It sure does falsely indicate the following thing, That's what they should say. Yeah. The funny, what's hilarious is Freud identified this thing called penis envy that, as far as I can tell, does not exist. But pussy envy definitely does. Guys who aren't getting laid, after a certain period of time, they just kind of ooze this bitterness. Not all of them, not everybody. Some people are fine, but it tends to be a much more common psychological phenomenon. This, I am bitter because I'm not reproductively successful as I wish to be, or in what I envision as reproductive success is not what's occurring for me. That's an actual thing that happens. I mean, you've got whole societies brimming with tension by having structured themselves to exploit that very fact. It's called Islam. It's like, what are we going to do about pussy envy? Let's just have a religion that's really all about, and structure society in such a way that it's all about handling the problem of pussy envy. Voila! Welcome to Saudi Arabia. You're utterly disappointed not having a girlfriend? Listen, you don't need a girlfriend until you don't have one. Then you need a girlfriend. Oh, what you mean is you don't have one. I see. Well, you know what the solution for that is? You need a girlfriend. Ladies are beautiful between their legs. I mean, some of them. You know, Rachel's freaking adorable in every single way imaginable. But not every woman's entryway is as like trundle bedded and neatly tucked and everything. Like not it's not always like flat and then there's like a little slit down there, right? Sometimes there's a lot of stuff going on down there. So it's most beautiful when it's least visible. Put it that way. And it's not common to have as a it's like when Rachel first got here, she was also really fit, Now she's put on some weight. I don't give a fuck at all. I don't care. I'm not complaining about it at all. But I'm just saying, like, when she first got here and I looked at her, I was like, and where's the guy who this is for? It definitely can't possibly be me. It's like, wait a second. What in the world? This is like in the movies or something, But, so I hadn't historically particularly gone for attractive women. I'd always thought, well, I don't really care about that stuff, so it's like there's that song that says, never make a pretty, if you want to be happy for the rest of your life, never make a pretty woman your wife. That song is very untrue. Because what you want to do is make a typologically compatible person your partner. And then having her be attractive is just all gravy. It's all gravy. So it doesn't matter if they're typologically compatible and your soulmate or whatever you want to call it, or life partner or something. If it's the right fit, then it's the right fit. And looks aren't really impactful of that either way. But since they're not, it's better to get the right fit, be attractive, right? Because what ENTPs don't quite realize is that, and ESTPs do realize, is that it does matter. Like, I'm a happy man. I'm a very happy, satisfied person in that area. And it's not like until Kimberly, I was never unhappy or dissatisfied in that area expressly. But I didn't realize how much juiciness there was there if you got somebody who was really, very attractive to you. It's a lot better. It's a lot better, So, anyway, that's just not being a very physical person, I guess. So learn these things in old age. Well, whatever. Shit happens. I'm going to bed. Everybody has to go to bed sometimes. You can't stay awake from 9 to 9 to 9. That would be 24 hours worth of time. You could do that, but you can't stay up again into another nine, another nine, another nine, another nine. Then you'd be looking at 72 hours of time, and that would be too long to time. Eric the fake liar, stupid improvised song in the last stream had me howling with laughter. Thank you for saying so. Can I make a mumble rap song? Mumble rap. Mumble rap. This is a song about mumble rap. There you go. Rachel Helen. Rachel Helen sounds like the name of a clothing store in the mall. Oh my gosh, I love your top. Where'd you get it? I got it at Rachel Helen. It was on sale. I just couldn't pass it up. I love this color on me. Yeah, I know. Oh my gosh. You are so sweet. This is what happens when people shop at Rachel Helen. You know, it's right next to my store in the mall. I don't know if you've heard about my store. It's caused a little bit of an uproar because people are mispronouncing the sign. My store is called Peugeot Buffet. I'm sorry, it's called Peugeot Buffet. Anyway, so it's spelled in the normal French way, Faggotbuffet, but it's pronounced Peugeot Buffets. And a lot of people are saying, hey, that sign's offensive. Yeah, doesn't she? She does. Well, I mean, I knew she'd do a better job of making emoji faces than I would because I'm missing half my teeth. That's not going to work very well if you're going to show your teeth. That's surprise. That's eye roll. That's those three monkeys, these things. I did those ones because I'm trying to do ones that you could kind of see what it was, even though they're small, you know. And that they're recognizable. Say no evil, see no evil, hear no evil. And then this one, of course, had to be included. I'm curious, guy. You have to have I'm curious, guy. And the first one I put up is what I call the Macaulay Culkin. I think everybody calls it that, but I mean, you know. It's not just surprise. I mean, no, I make those with the fact that, with their purpose in mind. So, it needs to be a square, and I size them down to twice the minimum. Minimum or recommended really is 64 by 64, and I do it at 128, and then I figure if YouTube wants to size it down, it'll size it down. But you have to upload it. It has to be under a certain size, so it has to be pretty small size files. And you could upload PNGs or JPEGs or whatever, but these custom emojis, right now I'm limited to 7 custom emojis. I could replace these ones, but I'll be limited to 7 until I hit a certain number of members. Then I'll get enabled more. So, I mean, I have these. I could play around. I have these ones. I have a couple more in a folder. So I can always play around with. Treat like Baskin Robbins, you know. Cycle some flavors out and some new flavors in. Even if I only have 7 of them. If I wanted to. But, you know, it's its own weird medium. Emoji making. It's its own little weird specific medium. It's hard to make something that size that is easy to see. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's so but I don't like being limited to just one set of emojis either, so I'll probably make more. Switch them in and out. Give people a variety of choices. Okay, so I'm gonna go to bed now. Good night, everybody who's here. Thank you for being here, despite the strange hour. 12 of you are here. I greatly appreciate that. You're a wonderful 12 people. You're the best 12 people right now. Well, except for Rachel and my people like that. But, you know, other than my IRLs, you 12 are the best people right now. That's not a permanent status, okay? But currently, right now, you are the 12 best people in the world. Except as per accepting my other previous disclaimers. So congratulations. It's not often people get to attain that status, and you have attained it for the duration of this sentence, at least. And it may persist all the way until tomorrow. Who knows? Good night. Good luck, America and the world.